welcome to HOJO Radio. Our next broadcast was based on a comic book character created in 1941. He made his radio debut in 1943 and ran until 1953. Relax, folks, relax for the adventures of Archie Andrews, right here on HOJO Radio.
Come out right away, Jughead. It's a matter of life or death.
Oh, relax, Archie. Relax.
Yes, and you relax too, folks, if you can, because here he is again, the youngster millions of readers of Archie Comics know and love so well, and brought to you by Swift & Company, makers of Swift's Premium Franks, Archie Andrews and all his gang. Tender beef, juicy pork, known from the West Coast to New York. Swift Premium Franks, Swift Premium Franks, in a new handy 1-pound pack. Yes, for your guarantee of protection, Swift's Premium Franks now come to you cellophane wrapped in handy 1-pound packages. Made right here in your own vicinity or in a nearby city, Swift's Premium Franks are wrapped in the new handy sanitary Flavor Saver pack, and brought to you at the very peak of their tantalizing flavor with all their natural goodness sealed in. That mouth-watering flavor goodness of beef and pork blended together is wrapped in cellophane for your protection. So, kids, tell your mom that you want Swift's Premium Franks. And, Mom, get some today. They're delicious. And you'll be glad to know that every delectable morsel of Swift's Premium Franks is extra nourishing, extra good. Ask for them today. Swift's Premium Franks in the sanitary 1-pound package. And now suppose you join me in a visit to the town where I live. Riverdale is its name, and it's pretty much a typical American city. It's got 2 schools, 1 park, 7 churches, a museum, a zoo, and the Andrews family. Suppose we make the Andrews home our first stop. It's Saturday evening, and we find Mrs. Andrews in the living room sewing as Archie Andrews enters.
I'll be down to get you in a taxi, honey. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, hi, Mom.
Well, Archie, what are you so happy about?
Me? Oh, I don't know, Mom. Guess maybe it's my big date tonight.
Oh, you going out?
Sure, Mom. It's Saturday night, you know. I'm going to the dance.
Oh, who are you taking, dear?
Well, I'm taking Veronica and Jug's taking Betty. But we're all going together.
Oh, well, that's nice. You should have a lovely time.
Yeah, I think we will. Well, I better start dressing or I'll...
Oh, no, who can that be?
I'll get it, Mom.
Oh, hi, dear.
Gee whiz, Jughead. Who'd you expect? Corky head? Jughead, I expected you, but not so soon. I'm not even dressed yet.
Oh, hurry up. I want to get to the dance early.
Why the rush?
The only time I can dance without bumping into everyone is when no one else is on the dance floor.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Hello, Jughead.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Andrews. What you doing?
Just darning some socks.
Oh, you are? Gee, I had a big hole in my sock when I was dressing tonight.
Is that so?
Yeah, but it's okay now.
Well, did you sew it yourself?
No, I decided not to wear any socks.
Oh, fine.
Jughead, you mean you're going to the dance without any socks?
Sure. These pants are too long anyway.
Oh, for pity's sake.
Well, listen, Jug, if we want to get there early, I better get started. Come on upstairs while I get dressed.
Okay, Art.
That's Jughead.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Fred. I wonder... Fred, why are you wearing your bathrobe and slippers?
What do you want me to wear, negligee and galoshes?
Fred, never mind being funny and tell me why you're in your bathrobe at 7:30.
Well, my dear, it so happens that unless you have some violent objections, I am going to take a bath.
A bath?
Bath.
Oh, but Fred, I thought we might go to a movie tonight,
Not
dear.
tonight, dear. I'm just in the mood for a nice hot bath. Yes, sir, I'd like nothing better than to relax for about half an hour and just soap and soap. Ah, yes, sir, that's my motto tonight. Soap and soap. Or soap and soap.
Bet you can't say that 3 times fast.
No, dear, I probably can't.
Well, go ahead, try it. Soap and soak, soap and soap, soap and... You see, it can't be done.
Oh, honestly, Fred, won't you ever grow up? Now, go on, take your bath.
Mary, that's exactly what I'm going to do right this minute. Now, what if that's going to be hot enough? Let's try it. Oh, it sure is hot. Gosh, better put some cold water on. Well, that ought to be about right now. Let's see. Ooh, it's freezing. A minute ago it was too hot, and now it's too... Oh, well, some more hot will do it. That should do it. Now, let's see. Yes, sir, just right. Yes, sirree. Just exact. Is that the phone? That is the phone. Mary, are you getting that? Mary? Oh, fine. Now, where'd she disappear to? Well, I suppose I'll have to answer it myself. I don't know why that phone always rings at the wrong time. Always. All right, I'm coming. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Andrews. This is Betty.
Oh, hello, Betty.
Is Archie there?
I don't think so, Betty. I haven't seen him since dinner.
Oh. Well, I just wanted to talk to him about the dance we're all going to tonight. Would you give him a message for me, Mr. Andrews?
Yes, Betty. What is it?
Well, would you tell him to try real hard not to be late?
Not to be late.
Because somehow he always is late, especially to dances.
Especially to dances.
And we always miss half the dance.
Always miss half the
And
dance.
this once I'd like to get there right at the start of the dance.
Start of the dance.
Can you remember all that, Mr. Andrews?
Yes, Betty, but would it be all right with you if I just told Archie you want him to get there on time?
Well, yes, I guess that's the same thing.
All right, I'll tell him.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Andrews.
Well, not at all, Betty. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, was that the phone?
Oh, now you get here. Mary, where were you when that phone was ringing?
Fred, I was out in the kitchen and my hands were wet and I couldn't come to the phone.
All right. But it so happens I was about to take a bath and had to come all the way down here just because Betty wants Archie to be on time at some dance.
Oh, is that all?
Yes, that's all. And if the phone rings again, you answer it.
Yes, dear, I will.
All right. Fine thing. Have to do everything around here. Now, who locked this confounded door? Archie, are you in there?
Yes, Dad. I'm taking a bath.
Oh, all right, but don't be too... Taking a bath? In my tub? Archie, I was going to take a bath.
See, with that, I'm going out tonight, and I got to take a bath before I get dressed.
So you see a nice tub of hot water and you just jump right in. You think that water grew there?
See, no, I thought Mom got it ready for me.
Oh, fine. Well, I guess now that you're in the tub, you're in the tub. But don't stay there all night, you hear?
Be right out, Dad. Yeah, we'll be right out.
Jughead, what are you doing in there?
I'm scrubbing Archie's back.
Oh, great. Well, scrub a little faster and get out of there.
Okay.
Mary!
Yes, dear.
Mary, do you know what happened?
What's here?
While I was down here taking a message for Archie, Archie was upstairs taking a bath for me.
What?
Yes, he did. Jumped right into the bathtub while my back was turned.
Oh, for pity's sake.
Yes, oh, for pity. Oh. Hello.
Mr. Andrews?
Oh, Veronica.
Is Archie there?
No, he's upstairs in the... he's upstairs, Veronica.
Oh, would you mind calling him to the phone?
Mine? Huh. I love it, Veronica. Absolutely love it. Archie! Oh, Archie!
Calling me, Dad?
Yes, Archie. Telephone.
He was okay, Dad. Just a minute.
Veronica, you'll be right here.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Andrews.
Well, Mary, I guess that'll teach that boy to take a bath when no one's looking.
What?
Well, you know what I mean.
Yes, but you're just cutting off your nose to spite your face, you know. Now you'll only have to wait that much longer to take your bath.
Yes, but Never thought of that.
Thanks, Dad.
Archie, what are you doing running around in that towel?
Gee whiz, Mom, I can't run around without it.
Archie, don't be funny.
Okay, Dad.
Answer the phone.
Hi. Hello?
Hello, Archie.
Oh,
Hi,
please.
dog. Archie I'm anxious to see you later. Archie, dear.
Archie, either say something or get off that phone.
Gee whiz, okay, Dad, okay. Hello, Veronica.
Yes?
Did you want to speak to me about anything special?
Well, yes, Archie. I wonder if we could get to the dance a little late.
Did you say late, Veronica?
Uh-huh. I hate to be the first one there. I'd sort of like to make an entrance, wouldn't you?
Well, I guess so.
All right. Then I'll see you a little later. Bye now, Archie.
Bye now, Veronica.
Bye now.
Bye now.
Bye.
Bye. Gee, that's Veronica.
Archie, I'll Veronica you. Get up there and finish that bath.
Oh, okay, Dad, okay. I'll be out before you can say Jack Robinson.
Archie, I don't want to say Jack Robinson. I want to take a bath. Mary, we're going to have to do something about that boy.
Oh, now, Fred.
Never mind the now, Fred. I like to take a bath when I'm in the mood for taking a bath, and not just any time. That boy knew I was waiting, and yet he stood around on that phone giggling like he was laying an egg.
Yes, Fred. But he'll be through in a minute.
Laying an egg?
No, taking a bath.
Well, a minute's too long. He should be through by now. Archie!
Yes, Dad?
Archie, are you out of that tub yet?
No, Dad, I'm waiting for it to fill up.
Oh, all right. Fill up!
Yes, sir. The water was ice cold when I got back up here, so I had to fill the tub up all over again.
Mary, you see what
Fred, remember your blood pressure.
Blood pressure? Mary, in a minute I won't need a hot bath. I'm boiling right now. Mary, if that boy isn't...
Dad, I'm through with the tub.
Well, it's about time.
There, dear, you see?
See what?
Oh, never mind. Just go take your bath.
Well, thank you, madame. Thank you. I'm so glad I have your permission. Let's go take your bath, she says. What does she think I've been trying to do all evening? Play ping pong? Fine thing. Well, anyway, he's finally out of here. Now, maybe I can take a nice... Oh, no. Mary!
Yes?
This water's ice cold.
It is. Oh, Archie must have used all the hot water.
Oh, fine. Well, what do I do now?
Just let it run.
What?
Just let the water run. There'll be more hot water in a minute.
All right. Let it run.
Gee whiz, what was that?
The water pipe. It was knocking.
I thought the house was falling in.
Jug, it wasn't the house. It was the water pipe knocking.
What was that?
Mary, for the third and last time, the water pipe was knocking.
Knocking?
Yes, knocking. Evidently, the washer is gone.
Wash it?
Yes. The rubber washer that keeps the faucet from leaking must be worn out. Look, why do I have to explain how the whole house is built? This faucet needs a new washer, that's all.
Oh, well, I guess you just have to forget about your bath. I'll call a plumber tomorrow, dear.
Mary, I am not going to forget about my bath. Tomorrow is Sunday, and you can't get a plumber on Sunday.
But, dear-
And I want a bath tonight.
But, Doc-
And any fool can put a new washer in a faucet, so I'm going to do it, by George, even if I have to rebuild the whole house. Mary!
Yes, Fred.
Is Archie up in the bathroom?
Yes. Where are you?
Down in the cellar. I think I have the water shut off down here. Ask Archie to try it and see if it's off.
But, Fred, won't those pipes start knocking again?
Mary, just do as I ask you.
All right, dear. Archie!
Yes, Mom?
Are you up in the bathroom?
Yes, Mom.
Well, try the hot water, dear, and see if it's off.
When won't those pipes start knocking again?
Archie, just do as I asked you.
All right, Mom.
All right, dear. Archie! Shut it off! Fred! Fred, maybe you ought to forget about it.
Don't be silly. It's only a matter of my finding the right knob to turn down here. I think this one must be the one.
Which one?
The one under the boiler.
Under the boiler? Fred, how'd you ever get under the boiler?
Mary, never mind how. Tell Archie to try the water again.
All right, dear. Oh, dear. Come on, look at that, please. All right, I'm coming. Oh, well, hello there, Mr. Sherry. How nice to see you. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Well, Mrs. Andrews, I just dropped by to tell you the news.
News? What news?
The big news.
What big news?
You mean you haven't heard?
Well, no, I don't think I have.
Oh, that's fine. Then I can be the first to tell you.
Tell me what?
Well, gosh, I just don't know where to begin. But I just found out that Swift's Premium Franks, you know those extra delicious Franks that are all dinner quality meat, well, you can get them now in a new handy 1-pound cellophane package.
Really, Mr. Sherry? Well, that's simply grand.
It will be so convenient that way to buy them in a handy package.
Mary!
Oh, and that cellophane package makes them completely sanitary, doesn't it?
Sanitary? Well, that cellophane wrapping, you know that Swift's Premium Franks are extra fresh, wholesome, and flavorful, no matter where or when you buy them.
Mary!
Ma'am? What was that? What'd you say?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, excuse me. As I was saying, besides being convenient and sanitary, the new cellophane package assures you that Swift's Premium Franks reach you at the very peak of their flavored goodness. Juicy pork and tender beef blended together in one delightful frank.
My land, what'll they think of next? Well, I'm sure glad you told me about Swift's Premium Franks, Mr. Sherry. You know, my mother told me about the wonderful product Swift makes before I was married, and her mother told her about them years ago. So we're really a Swift family from way back.
Oh, Mrs. Andrews, what a real pleasure it is to talk to you.
Oh, Mr. Sherry.
And you know, Mrs. Andrews, to make sure that Swift's Premium Franks reach you as fresh can be, Swift makes them close to where they're sold, makes them in the vicinity or in a nearby city.
Well, Mr. Sherry, I'm certainly glad you took all the trouble to come down here and tell me these things.
Oh, no trouble at all. And I do hope I haven't taken up too much of your time. But when I heard about the new Flavor Saver pack, I rushed right over here because I knew you'd be interested.
Well, I'm certainly glad you did. In fact, I think I'll go down and get some Swift Premium Franks right now.
Well, Mrs. Andrews, I'll drive you down.
All right, just as soon as I get my things. Let's see now. Here's my purse. Hat and cheese.
I'm sure Mr. Andrews will be wild about those Franks.
Yes, Mr. Andrews? Oh, dear. I forgot. He's under the boiler.
Under the what?
I can't explain just now, but I'll just have to drive down myself later. But thank you so much for dropping by.
It was a pleasure, Mrs. Andrews. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Sherry. Fred, what are you shouting about?
Turn water off!
Well, Fred, I don't know.
You don't know. What have you been doing up there? Taking a gallop cold?
Fred, don't be sarcastic. Archie!
Yes, Mom?
Is the water off up there?
Sure, it's been off for 10 minutes.
Fred, the water's off. Now what do you want me to do?
Not a thing, Mary, not a thing. Just come pull me out from under this boiler.
Fred, I still say you ought to let a plumber do the job.
Now, Mary, let's not go through that again. Now that we have the water shut off, it won't take 2 seconds. Besides, I really need a bath after crawling around down in that basement.
Well, you should let him do it.
Oh, Jesus. Hello, Jughead. What are you doing up here?
Waiting for Archie.
Where is he?
In the bathroom.
In the bathroom? Archie, are you in there?
Sure, Dad. Don't you want me in here?
No, not anymore. Now unlock this door so I can get at that faucet.
Unlock it? But I never locked it.
Archie, you must have. This door is locked. See?
Gee whiz. How could that happen?
I am not interested in how it happened. Just unlock it.
But, Dad, the lock part isn't turned. It's the door knob.
The knob?
Yeah, it fell off.
Fell off. Oh, no.
Fred, is that serious?
Oh, no, dear, not at all. I'll just have to saw this door open now, that's all. What a job.
Gee whiz, Dad, what are you stopping for?
Archie, I just stopped to catch my breath for a minute. Now be patient. I'm almost through here.
Gee, can you hurry, Dad? Jug and I got saved.
Archie, I am hurrying. Now just be quiet.
I didn't intend to spend Saturday night waiting outside a bathroom.
Doug, you be quiet, too.
Your phone will be through in a minute, Archie.
Yeah. Just a few more strokes. Now... There. That does it.
Thank goodness.
Archie, see if you can knock that piece out.
What piece?
The piece of wood around the doorknob that I just sawed.
Oh, okay, Dad. Look out. There, that's it.
Good boy.
At last. Hello, everybody.
Hello. Now get your head out of that hole and open the door.
Boy, I bet not many houses have a hole in the bathroom door.
Archie, just get your head out of that hole.
Okay,
That's funny.
Archie, hurry up.
Gee, with that.
Don't you think I would if I could?
Yes, Archie, I know you... If you could. Archie, what do you mean?
Oh, dear.
His head is stuck in there.
And how?
Stuck? How can it be stuck? He got it in, didn't he?
Yeah, but it sure won't come out. Gee whiz.
Now, listen, Archie. If it went in, it's got to come out. Archie, hold still a minute.
Hey, what are you doing, Dad?
Don't push the boy's head that way.
The only way to get him out.
Dad, quit it. Hey, don't do that.
Well, I guess that won't work. Now, let's see. There must be some way to do this.
Maybe you should take the hinges off.
I can't. They're inside.
Well, Archie, can't you open that door?
No, Mom. It opens out and my shoulders are jammed against the wall.
There must be some way.
There better be some way. I'll sure look silly wearing a door around my neck the rest of my life. Especially a bathroom door. I knew it looks good.
Doug, be quiet.
Fred, never mind, Jughead. Get Archie out. I think he's turning blue.
Now, Mary, don't get hysterical. He is not turning blue.
No. Just a little green.
Doug, keep quiet.
Oh, Fred, do something.
Mary, I am. Now, just be patient for a moment. Look, Archie, I have a plan. You must have put your head in sideways. The hole is wider that way.
Gee, maybe I did.
Well, then try to take it out that way. Go on, turn your head sideways.
Okay.
Turn it more.
Okay.
Turn it more.
If he turns it any more, he won't know if he's coming or going.
Keep trying, Archie. Here, I'll help you.
Ouch, not so hard, Dad.
Fred, you're wringing his neck.
The best thought of the evening. Come on, Archie, turn.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hey, I'm out. Okay.
Gee, at last. Archie, I think...
Oh, dear. Jughead, please go see who that is.
Okay, Mrs. Harris.
Now, Archie, look out so I can get to that faucet and put that washer in.
Fred, why don't you give up that idea?
Give up now? Mary, don't be silly. The worst is over. All I have to do is turn this faucet on and...
Gee whiz.
Oh, dear.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Archie, I thought you said the water was turned off.
Gee, it was off, Dad.
Archie, are you sure?
Positive. But the pipes didn't knock that time.
Yes, I know they didn't. You didn't knock. Oh, good grief.
Did not. Fred, you mean you started all this fuss for no reason?
Now, Mary, I had no...
Betty and Veronica are on.
Hello,
Veronica,
Archie.
just wait a moment.
Hello, Veronica.
Archie, this is
Hello,
no...
everybody.
Betty, would you please wait while I... Mary, how do I know this? Mary, wait a minute. I tried my best. I did all I could for it. That's all right. You let me talk. Quiet. Quiet. Quiet! That's better. Now listen to me, all of you. Nonsense has gone far enough. Do you hear? Far enough.
Yes, Mr. Andrews. Yes, dear. Yes, Dad.
Now all I want to do is take a bath. That's all. Just a nice, quiet bath. Is that asking too much?
No, Mr. Andrews. No, dear. No, Dad.
All right. Now I admit I don't know what the dickens happened to those water pipes. But the fact remains, if you kids hadn't been getting in my way all evening, I'd have had my bath an hour ago.
Yes, Mr. Andrews. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Dad.
Yeah. So if you kids are going to a dance, for Pete's sake, go ahead and I'll get my bath.
Okay, Dad, okay. Come on, kids, let's get out.
Go ahead. Come on. Well, that's settled.
And thank goodness it is. I don't want to hear any more about a bath.
Don't worry, you won't. Oh, me. Quite a night. Quite a night. I don't suppose anything else can happen. Just feel that water. Just right. Well, that ought to be enough water. Fine. Now, just take this bathrobe off. There. And step in. Oh, a little warm. Oh. There we are. Oh, that's fine. Fine. Just what the doctor ordered. Now, all I need is... Oh, fine. Mary! Oh, Mary! Bring me a piece of soap, please. No, there isn't. Archie must have used the last of it.
Oh, dear, that's terrible.
Mary, all I want is a piece of soap.
Well, that's just it. There is another piece of soap in the house. You don't have to forget your bath.
Forget my... Oh, how do these things happen to me?
It never rains, but it pours at the Andrews house. But we'll see how the storm ended in just a moment. Meanwhile... Tender beef, juicy pork, known from the West Coast to New York. Swift's Premium Franks. Swift's Premium Franks. And now back to the Andrews. Mr. and Mrs. Andrews have just gotten to sleep. Oh, no.
Oh, Archie. Is that you? Gee, did I wake you?
Yes, Archie, you certainly did.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd be asleep.
Well, we're not now. You have a nice time at the dance, dear?
Well, sort of, Mom. Veronica and I won the jitterbug contest.
Oh, that's nice.
But you'd think that dance committee would spend some money on prizes.
Why? What'd you get?
Well, Veronica got some nice perfume, but all I got was some plain old bath soap.
What? Oh, no.
You've been listening to another chapter of The Adventures of Archie Andrews, written by Carl Jampel and based on the copyrighted feature appearing in Archie Comics magazine. Archie is played by Bob Hastings, Jughead by Harlan Stone. Mom and Dad Andrews are played by Alice Yorman and Arthur Q. Bryan. Veronica and Betty by Gloria Mann and Rosemary Rice.
This program was produced and directed by Kenneth McGregor. Listen again next Saturday when Swift & Company, makers of Swift's Premium Franks, bring you more of the merry adventures of Archie Andrews. This is Bob Sherry wishing you a very pleasant weekend. So long.
Welcome, William Bendix.
Nobody can act up to par with a nasty cold. I check my cold distress the fast way, with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
4-way is the fast way to relieve those cold miseries. Then you feel better quickly.
4-way cold tablets, only 29 and 59 cents.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Away, Jughead. It's a matter of life or death.
Relax, Archie. Relax.
Yes, here he is again, the youngster millions of readers of Archie Comics magazine know and love so well. Brought to you by Swift & Company, makers of Swift Premium Franks, Archie Andrews, and all his gang. Tender beef, juicy pork, known from the West Coast to New York. Swift Premium Franks, Swift Premium Franks. For your guarantee of protection, Swift's Premium Franks now come to you cellophane wrapped in handy 1-pound packages. Made fresh daily in Swift kitchens from coast to coast, Swift's Premium Franks are then wrapped in the new handy sanitary Flavor Saver pack and brought to you at the very peak of their tantalizing flavor, with all their natural goodness sealed in. So kids, tell your mom that you want Swift's Premium Franks. And, Mom, get some today. They're delicious. And you'll be glad to know that Swift's Premium Franks are economical. There's no waste to them. Every bite is all nourishment, all dinner-quality meat. Ask for them today. Swift's Premium Franks in the 1-pound cellophane package. And now for our weekly visit to Riverdale. It's a sunny Sunday afternoon as we look in on the Andrews home, and we find Mr. Andrews in the living room, evidently getting a little impatient about something.
Oh, I don't. Mary!
Yes, dear?
What are you doing now?
Oh, Fred, I'll be there in a minute. I'm just putting my hat on.
Mary, you
Dad,
said...
I'm all set to go.
Oh, yes, Archie. Mary, you
Well,
said...
day for a drive to Newton Center.
Yes, Archie. Mary,
But
you
do we have
said...
to visit Aunt Hattie on a nice day like this?
Yes, Archie, we do have to visit your Aunt Hattie, and please be quiet.
Okay, Dad, okay.
Okay. Mary, you said you were putting your hat on half an hour ago.
Oh, Fred, that hat didn't look right. I'm putting another one on.
Oh, great.
Gee whiz, Dad, why do we have to visit Aunt Hattie today? She doesn't even know we're coming.
Archie, it is immaterial whether Aunt Hattie knows we're coming or not. We haven't been over to Newton Center in some time, and we have to visit your Aunt Hattie once in a while, and we might as well take the drive on a nice Sunday afternoon like this, so just get used to the idea and stop complaining.
She was okay, Dad.
Well, Fred, I'm all set.
Well, about time. Come on, let's go.
All right.
We want to be home before dark. We'd better get started right now.
Fred, there's plenty of time. And if you thought of driving over to Aunt Hattie's earlier, we could have left earlier.
All right, dear, all right. But let's just get started. Oh, good grief. Look at that.
Look at what?
A flat tire.
Oh, for pity's sake. Fred Andrews, when did you do that?
Do that? Do that? Mary, I didn't do that. Flat tires have a way of happening all by themselves.
Gee, Dad, now we can stay home.
No, Archie, we'll do no such thing.
Oh.
That tire can be changed in 5 minutes. Now, let's get busy and get it done.
Okay, Dad.
Fred, can I do anything to help?
No, dear, you just stay out of the way. Archie and I'll handle this in no time.
Oh, all right, dear.
Here, Archie. Here are the keys. Get the tools out of the trunk compartment.
Okay, Dad.
Oh, Archie.
Yes, Dad?
Be careful of the trunk door. There's something wrong with the supporting arm and it falls down.
Okay, Dad.
Now, get the bumper jack out first. That's it. Now, Archie, put the jack under the edge of the bumper and jack up the car.
Okay, Dad.
Now, just get some of these other tools out.
Boy, Dad, these bumper jacks are easier to set up than the old-fashioned ones where you have to get under the car, aren't they?
Archie, never mind the marvels of science. Just get to work.
I am. Gee whiz.
What happened?
Well, it went up a couple of notches and then slipped way down to the ground.
Well, you probably didn't have it on right. Try it again.
Okay, I'll put it back up.
Now, move the handle down slowly.
I am.
You see?
Yeah. Easy. There, you see, Dad, it doesn't work.
Oh, great. I never did trust these newfangled jacks.
Is something wrong, dear?
Yes, dear, something is wrong. This confounded bumper jack keeps slipping back.
Oh, dear. Oh, what'll we do?
Gee, Dad, now we can stay home.
Archie, we cannot.
Oh.
We'll have to get another jack someplace.
Oh, Fred, maybe we should call a garage and have them send someone out with another one.
And pay them an arm and a leg for the use of it? Nothing doing. We'll borrow one.
Borrow one?
Yes, Archie. You run over to Jughead's house right now. See if his father will lend you the jack from their car.
Gee whiz. Okay, Dad.
Yeah, and hurry.
Dad, I'll be back before you can say Jack.
Oh, boy. Well, might as well get the other tools out of this trunk while I'm waiting.
Fred, look out for the trunk door. Look out! Oh, my head. Oh.
Fred, don't you know that door falls down?
Oh, now she reminds me.
Gee, I hope Jug's father will lend us his jack. We sure picked a fine time to get a flat tire. Gee whiz, what's taking them so long to answer the door? Oh, great. Nobody's home. Now, how do you like that? Just when I gotta borrow something very important, they're out. I never saw What was that? Gee whiz, it's Jughead sleeping on the porch swing.
Hetty, kiss me again.
Oh, great, he's dreaming. Jughead.
Come on, Hetty, give me a kiss.
Jughead, wake up.
Please, give me a kiss, Hetty.
Jughead, wake up.
Hetty, please, give me a kiss.
Jughead, don't.
Hetty, please,
Jug,
Hetty.
I don't.
Hetty.
Jug, Jughead! Oh, great. Now he's gone back to sleep. Jughead, wake up. Jughead! Huh? What's Matt? Jughead, will you wake up?
Where's Hetty?
There's no Hetty.
Gee, you mean I was dreaming?
You sure were, Jug, and you kissed me.
Gee, a nightmare.
Jug, don't be funny, and tell me what you're doing sleeping out here on the porch with nobody home.
I don't know. Just sleeping. My folks went to visit my Aunt Matilda, and I didn't want to go, so they left me home, and I fell asleep.
Well, I'm glad you did. Jug, I gotta borrow a jack.
A what?
An automobile jack. We got a flat tire.
Gee, my father had a flat tire last week, and boy, did we have trouble.
Jughead,
Boy, did we have trouble.
Jug, I don't have...
Boy, did we have trouble.
Jughead, I'm not interested in your trouble. I just want to borrow a jack.
That was our trouble. No jack.
Oh, fine.
Fred, how does your head feel now, dear?
Oh, rotten, but I guess I'll survive.
Oh, that was an awfully nasty wallop.
Yes, dear, I know. Let's just forget it. It'll be all right.
Freddie, you sure you don't want me to call the garage?
Mary, I do not. I can change a little flat tire by myself.
But if we're going to visit Harriet, I think
Mary,
we ought
we'll
to
get to Harriet's in plenty of time. If Archie ever gets back here with that jack. What the dickens is keeping him, anyway?
Oh, he'll be back any minute, dear. But you better get the spare tire out while you're waiting.
Yeah, I guess I better.
I'll be in the house if you want.
Yes, dear. Fine thing. You go to get some tools out of the trunk, and they get conked on the head by the trunk door. I don't... Oh, good grief. Jughead.
Who'd you expect? Henry Ford?
No, Jughead, no. I was not expecting Henry Ford, nor you.
Gee whiz, where'd you get the bump on your head?
Well, Jughead,
it's almost as big as my Uncle Herman's nose.
Jug, you know...
And boy, that's big.
Jughead, will you keep your uncle's nose out of my business?
She was okay.
Okay. What are you doing here, anyway? Archie just went over to your house to borrow a jack.
I know. And I didn't have one, so he went over to Betty's to borrow one.
Oh, fine.
But after he left, I looked out in the garage and I found this old jack laying there.
Yeah, I might have known you. Found that old jack. Why, Jughead. That's wonderful. Terrific. Thank you, Jughead. Thank you.
Oh, that's okay.
Now I can go ahead and change that tire without waiting for Archie.
Yeah, but, Mr. Andrews, it's not a bumper jack. It's the old-fashioned kind that you have to put way under the car.
Oh, now, Jug, don't you worry. That doesn't matter the least bit. The old-fashioned kind work much better than the newfangled contraptions. Now, just get down here under the car, put it in place.
But, Mr. Andrews,
right under the axle here.
Mr. Andrews,
you'll be all set.
Mr. Andrews,
Jughead, what is it?
You're wearing your best suit.
Well, naturally I'm wearing my... Oh, good grief, I forgot all about it. Jughead, have I gotten it dirty?
Well, not very. Just a little dirt on the pants and some grease on the jacket.
Oh, that's great. Ah, well, damage is done. I might as well finish the job now and change my suit later.
Yeah.
There. Jack's in place. Now, Jughead, give me the handle.
The what?
The handle to the jack. You can't work a jack without a handle.
Gee whiz. I never found any handle. Mr. Andrews, what are you getting so red about?
Gee whiz, I hope Betty's father has a jack we can borrow. This is a fine time to be running all over town to borrow things. Boy, I hope Betty's family is now, too. Oh, that'd be a fine thing. If she isn't home, I don't know
Why, Archie!
Hello, Betty. Gee whiz, what are you doing with that bowl?
Mixing a cake batter, and I have to keep stirring till it's just right.
Oh, well,
Haven't
Betty...
you ever seen anyone mix batter before?
Well, Betty,
It's very important to get it stirred just right.
Well, yes,
Not too thick and not too thin.
Well, yes,
Not too flat, not too lumpy.
Yes, but Betty...
Did you know that?
Well,
Would you like to taste the batter?
No, Betty,
Or would you rather wait and taste the cake? Well, I guess you better wait. The cake's always better than the batter.
But, Betty,
Golly, Archie, you're not saying very much. Is something wrong?
Betty, nothing is wrong. But when I came over to... Betty, do you have to keep stirring that thing?
Yes, Archie. If I stop now, it's ruined.
Oh, great. Well, Betty, what I came over to ask is, do you happen to have... Oh, fine.
Oh, golly, the phone.
Yeah, the phone.
Archie, hold this mixing bowl while I answer it.
But, Betty,
and
I don't...
keep stirring.
Oh.
Hello? Archie, stir.
I am.
Hello? Oh, Agatha, how are you?
Oh.
Good. Me? I'm fine. What, you got a new dress? Oh, Agatha, how wonderful. Tell me all about it. Archie, stir.
I am.
Hello, Agatha. You were saying about your new dress. What's it like? It is? It does? It has?
Oh, great, Betty, would you...
What else, Agatha? Oh, you don't say. Archie, stir.
I am. I'm going stir crazy.
But, Agatha, how long is the skirt? It is? It was? It will be?
Oh, fine, Betty, I'm in a hurry.
Agatha, you come over and show it to me tonight. You would? You can?
Oh.
You will? Oh, that's wonderful, Agatha. See you tonight. Bye.
Oh, well, I'm glad that's over.
Archie, stir.
Betty, I am stirring. But can I get a word in now?
Of course, Archie. What is it?
Well, I came over to ask if you have a jack I could borrow.
A what?
A jack, an automobile jack. You know, for changing tires.
Oh, a jack. Well, golly, Archie Andrews, we probably do have a jack, but I wouldn't lend it to you if we did.
Huh?
Not if you were the last boy on earth.
But, Betty,
now, give me my cake batter and go on home.
Oh, Betty, I'm...
Very idea.
Oh, Betty, quit pushing. I'm going. But would you mind telling me why you're mad at me?
Of course I'll tell you. You just ruined my cake batter by too much stirring.
Oh, no.
Well, Archie sure has his troubles trying to borrow a jack. But trouble is one thing you won't have at mealtime if you serve Swift's Premium Franks, for it takes just 7 minutes for these plump, juicy Franks to simmer, and then they're ready to serve, ready to be enjoyed by all. So for a quick, easy-to-fix meal, ask for Swift's Premium Franks. Now remember that name, Swift's Premium Franks, for these are the Franks of all dinner quality meat.
Yes, each mouth-watering bite of Swift's Premium Franks is a flavorful blend of tender beef and juicy pork, all dinner-quality meat. And to make sure that each luscious link reaches you at the peak of its flavor, every pound of Swift's Premium Franks is wrapped in a cellophane Flavor Saver pack that seals in all the natural goodness of these high-quality Franks. What's more, Swift's Premium Franks are made fresh daily in Swift kitchens from coast to coast. So whenever or wherever you buy them, you know they're fresh. Ask for them today. Fresh, flavorful Swift's Premium Franks. The Franks of all dinner-quality meat. And now back to the Andrews. While Archie is still hunting down an auto jack so his father can change the flat tire on the Andrews car and the Andrews can get started on their visit to Aunt Harriet, Dad is having his share of troubles at home.
Gee, I'm awful sorry about that jack handle, Mr. Andrews. I never even stopped to think you need one.
Jughead, let's just forget the whole thing. I'll just wait till Archie gets home and then...
What happened?
Nothing serious, Mary, nothing serious. I just crawled into the car with that tire jack Jughead brought over, got my suit all full of grease and dirt, then found out Jughead never bought a handle for the jack.
Oh, well, Fred, why don't you let me call the garage and have them send out a
Mary,
jack?
nothing doing. I'll change that tire myself if it kills me. And at the rate I'm going, it might. But I'm still
Oh, now, who can that be?
Hello, Mrs. Andrews. Betty. Hi, Jack. Hello, Mr. Andrews.
Hello, Betty. Jughead, I thought you said Archie went over to Betty's house to borrow a jack.
Oh, he did, Mr. Andrews, but I got mad at him and wouldn't give it to him. But then after he left, I was sorry I lost my temper, so I brought the jack over.
You did? Why, Betty, that's fine, dear. That's wonderful. That's... Betty, where is the jack?
I left it out at the car.
Oh, well, come on. I'll go down there and change that tire right away.
But, Fred, aren't you going to wash?
Might as well wait till I finish with the tire, dear. Well, Betty, I'm really glad you didn't stay mad at Archie.
I am, too.
I am, too.
However, the first thing I'll have to do is get under that car again and take Jughead's tire jack out of there.
Jughead's tire jack?
Yeah, I bought a jack, but we can't use it.
It'll just take me a second to get this one out.
Oh, golly, you're getting awfully dirty under there, Mr. Andrews.
Oh, it doesn't matter. My suit's all dirty anyway. Here, Jug, take this jack.
Okay, I got it.
All right. Oh, Betty, hand me your jack.
Here you are, Mr. Andrews. Got it?
Yep, I got it. Betty.
Yes?
Is this the jack you brought?
Uh-huh. Is there something wrong with it?
Betty, I hate to disillusion you, but this jack happens to be a crank.
A crank?
Gee whiz.
Yes, Betty, a crank.
Oh, golly, can you change a tire with it?
No, Betty. You cannot change a tire with it. A crank is made for starting motors.
Oh, well, I'm so glad it's good for something.
Oh, great. Well, I'm glad I crawled under this car again so you could hand me a crank. Here, take it back and I'll come out.
I have it.
All right, now Oh, that's funny.
Was something wrong, Mr. Andrews?
I don't know, Betty. I got under this car of mine all right, but I don't seem to be able to get back out.
Golly.
Gee whiz.
See, I'm stuck. What's holding me?
Looks like your rear end.
What?
Your shoulder's stuck under the rear end.
Oh. Well, how am I going to get out?
Well, Mr. Andrews, the only way is to crawl forward. It looks higher up front.
Oh, good grief. I guess I'll have to.
Oh, that's it, Mr. Andrews. Look out for that big pipe.
I see it. I see it.
Watch that hook.
No, what hook? No.
That hook.
Oh, good grief. What ripped?
Probably the rear end again.
Oh, great. First I dirty my suit, now I rip my pants. Oh, how do I get into these things?
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Andrews. You're almost out now.
Yeah, come on, help me up, Betty.
Take my hand, Mr. Andrews.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's nice to be out in the open again. What I want to know is how come I was able to crawl under that car with no trouble at all, then all of a sudden the car was too low for me to Jughead.
Huh?
Jughead, how long have you been sitting on that bumper?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, since right after you crawled under the... Is that what made the car too low?
Yes, Jughead, that's exactly what made the car... Mary, look, the fewer questions you ask, the better. I am going inside and throw this best suit of mine into the rag bag. And, Mary, would you call the garage and tell them to send out a jack, please?
Gee whiz, if I don't find a jack someplace soon, Dad's going to be ripping mad. I sure hope Veronica's got one. I wouldn't want to...
Hello, Archie. Hi, y'all, Archie-kin. It's awful nice to see y'all, Archie. Dear. Come in, Archie.
Gee, thanks, Veronica, but I can't stay out.
But, Archie, I want to ask you about tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night?
Uh-huh. I thought we'd take a nice long drive out to the lake.
Gee.
And park underneath the moon.
Gee.
And then you'll put your arms around me.
Gee.
And hold me tight. Gee. And then you know what you'll say?
Uh-huh.
What?
Goodbye, dear. Did you... Huh?
All right, Mother, bye. Now, where were we, Archie?
Gee, I don't know, Veronica. Oh, yes. Veronica, there's something I got to ask you.
Yes, Archie?
Does your father have a jack I could borrow?
A jack? An automobile jack?
Uh-huh.
Well, of course he does, Archie. A very fine one.
Oh, that's swell.
But you
that's
see,
terrific.
But there's
I've
only
been
one...
looking everywhere for a jack.
But, Archie, I'm trying to tell you. Mother and Father just went out for a long drive, and they've got the jack in the car.
Well, Fred, I'm glad you finally decided to be sensible about it. I'll go call the garage right now, and they'll send someone out here to do the job right away.
Yes, dear. Now, Jughead, I'm going in to change suits, but while we're waiting for the garage man, you and Betty try to get the hubcap off that flat tire and get the lugs loose. It'll save some time.
Okay, Mr. Andrews.
And when Archie gets back here, you tell him I want to see him.
Yes, Mr. Andrews?
Gee, Mr. Andrews looks a little mad about something.
I guess he is. But let's get that hubcap off like Mr. Andrews said, Jug.
Okay. I'll get a hammer and screwdriver out of the trunk compartment. Here's a hammer, but I don't see any screwdriver.
Well, what's that back there behind the spare tire, Jug?
Well, that might be a screwdriver. I'll crawl in and see.
Is it?
Yeah, but it's stuck back here. Hey, what happened?
Golly, the trunk door slammed shut. Oh, Jug, did it hurt you?
No, it missed me, but open up.
Oh, I will, Jug. Golly, it's locked.
What?
I said the trunk is locked.
Betty, don't get technical. Just open the door.
Jughead, I can't without the keys.
Oh, get the keys.
Well, I called the garage. Betty, what are you doing?
Jughead's locked in the trunk.
Oh, all right, for a minute.
Who's locked in the trunk? Jughead.
Oh, for pity's sake. Jughead, how'd you get locked in the trunk?
That's what I want to know. Get me out.
Oh, do you have the keys, Mrs. Andrews?
No, but I'll get them from Mr. Andrews and they... Oh, dear.
Oh, what is it?
Archie must still have them. He opened the trunk in the first place.
Archie?
Yes.
But Mrs. Andrews, Jughead could suffocate in there before Archie gets back here.
Oh, dear. What'll we do?
Oh, we'll have a trunk murder on our hands.
Yes, and that's no way to spend a Sunday afternoon.
Oh, golly, Mrs. Andrews, do something.
Oh, Betty, there's only one thing to do.
Oh, what's that?
Let me out.
Jug, be quiet for a minute. Betty, go look in the garage for a hammer.
A hammer?
Yes, there's a big sledgehammer out there, and the only way we'll get Jughead out in time is to smash the trunk open.
But, Mrs. Andrews...
Betty, don't argue now. There's no time. Get the hammer.
Okay, Mrs. Andrews, I will.
Jug, we'll have you out in a minute. Now be quiet.
Well, did the man from the garage get here yet?
No, Fred, but something awful's happened. I want to tell you...
the Andrews house?
Oh, here's the garage man now.
Yes, sirree. Here I am. Jack's the name.
Good. What did you say?
I said my name's Jack. Didn't somebody here send for Jack?
Oh, dear. I asked them to send a Jack, an automobile Jack, not a man named Jack.
Oh, great. Mary,
Hammer, Mrs. Andrews. Oh, is it heavy?
Betty, we don't want a hammer. What we want is...
Give it to me.
You mean nobody sent for me?
Mister, would you... Mary, what are you doing?
Oh, Fred, I have to get Jughead out.
Out? Out of where?
He's locked in the trunk.
Now, Betty, how did he get in there?
Crawled in.
Betty,
What's going on here anyway?
Mary, you're wrecking my car.
Oh, Fred, it's either your car or Jughead.
I'll take my car.
Harder, Mrs. Andrews.
Betty, Look, Mary, will you... Quiet! Quiet! Jughead, you be quiet, too.
Gee whiz, what's going on?
Jughead's locked in the trunk, and we can't get him out till you get back. Now, as I was saying... no! Oh, good grief, Archie. Quick, unlock the trunk and get Jughead out.
Gee whiz, what's he doing in there anyway?
Archie, don't ask questions now.
Let me out.
Okay, Jug, okay. There, Jug, you're out. But I still can't see anything.
Jughead, it might help if you open your eyes.
Gee, I forgot. Hello.
Hello. Now, listen to me, all of you. This nonsense has gone far enough. Too far, in fact.
Yes, dear.
Yes, Dad. Yes, Mr. Andrews.
Uh-huh.
All I want to do is take a drive over to Newton Center and visit Aunt Harriet. And by George, I'm still going to visit Aunt Harriet, and right now. So, Mr. Garage Man, whatever your name is.
The name's Jack.
All right. Jack, can you change this tire or not?
Well, sure, but it'll cost you $5.
$5 to change a tire?
Sure, this is just like towing in a wreck. My time's worth money, you know.
Oh, great. All right, I'll pay the $5. Just get the tire changed.
Okay, I got a jack right in the service car. Take me a minute to fix it.
That settles that. Now, Mary...
For goodness sake, Fred, look.
Look at what?
Look at who just got out of that other car. Aunt Harriet.
Aunt Harriet?
Gee whiz, she came to visit us. Now,
Tender beef, juicy pork, no from the West Coast to New York. Swift Premium Franks.
Friends, you really know what you're getting when you ask for Swift's Premium Franks. Made fresh daily in Swift kitchens from coast to coast, so you know they're fresh. Made by Swift, so you know they're top quality. Ask for them today. Swift's Premium Franks in the new handy 1-pound cellophane package. And while you're at your dealers, be sure to ask for Swift's Brookfield sausage, the sausage with the just right seasoning. And don't forget that your dealer has a tempting variety of Swift's premium table-ready meats. Delicious bologna is being featured this week, and you'll find it to be a surefire hit in lunchbox sandwiches, after-school snacks, and late-evening spreads. And remember, Swift's premium bologna is economical because it's all meat. No bones, no waste. Always keep some on hand for quick, easy-to-fix meals. For a meal in a flash that saves plenty of cash, get Swift's premium table-ready meats. And now back to the Andrews. It's several hours later. The garage man has fixed Mr. Andrews' tire, Dad has paid the bill, and Aunt Harriet has had a pleasant visit with them and is just getting ready to leave.
Well, Aunt Harriet, it certainly was nice to see you.
Yeah, it sure was, Aunt Harriet.
Well, I enjoyed seeing you folks, too. But I'd better run along now. I want to get home before dark.
Yes, driving after dark isn't easy.
No, it isn't. Oh, good heavens.
Oh, what's the matter?
My car. It has a flat tire.
Oh, no!
You've been listening to another chapter of The Adventures of Archie Andrews, written by Carl Zampel and based on the copyrighted feature appearing in Archie Comics magazine. Archie was played by Bob Hastings, Jughead by Harlan Stone. Mom and Dad Andrews are played by Alice Uhrman and Arthur Cole, Veronica and Betty by Gloria Mann and Rosemary Rice. Jack the Garage Man was John Gibson. This program is produced and directed by Kenneth McGregor. Listen next Saturday when Swift & Company, makers of Swift's Premium Franks, brings you more of the merry adventures of Archie Andrews. This is Bob Sherry wishing you all a very pleasant weekend. So long. Swift & Company invites you to stay tuned for Meet the Meeks, which will be heard immediately over most of these stations.
In every Chevrolet showroom across America, More and more people are looking at the car that's just out and just wonderful. The 1957 Chevrolet. Some are looking at Chevrolet's daring new front-end styling, the bold new grille, big, beautiful sloping hood. Some are looking at Chevy's handsome new rear end with high-fashion fenders and fresh new design. Everyone's enthused about the new color-fashioned interiors and the sleek command post instrument panel. And the biggest news of all, Chevrolet's fuel injection, the greatest engine advance.
Our next broadcast was a family sitcom launched on CBS in 1944. It starred a real-life family, the Nelsons, who consisted of Ozzie and his wife Harriet and their kids, David and Eric. We present to you Ozzie and Harriet, next on HOJO Radio.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mother. Oh, thanks, Mother. We're having company for dinner. Yes, Lucille Baxter. I think you met her at Barbara's reception. A very attractive girl with red hair. That's right. Now I can show off my new dessert spoons. What else? America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers.
America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers. From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, presents The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring America's favorite young couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. See that man and the two boys walking down Rogers Road? That's Ozzie Nelson and his two sons, David and Ricky. David is 12 now, and yes, it doesn't seem possible, does it? Ricky is 8. Say, Ozzie seems rather concerned about something.
I've never heard of such a thing in all my life.
Me either. Me either.
Just can't understand it. Never heard of a football exploding before.
Yeah, but don't forget, Pop, you sat on it pretty hard. It sure scared me.
What do you think it did to me? I sit down to read the paper and a football explodes under me. Glad it wasn't a basketball. I'd probably still be going up. Something like this would get dangerous. I think we ought to write a letter to the manufacturers. At least get your money back. What did the football cost you, Ricky?
29 cents.
Of course, you can't expect too much for 29 cents.
Guy, there's the kind of football I'd like. Look at that one, Ricky. That's the kind they use in real football games. Let's buy that one, huh, Pop?
Wait a minute, boys. I can't tell anything about a football by looking at it through the window. Like to feel the weight of it, examine the leather, look at the stitching.
See how much it costs?
Well,
come on, Pop. Let's go in. Boy, Ricky, look at all those baseball bats. Can we have one of those, too?
One season at a time, David. We're just getting a football. And don't handle things.
Hey, David, look at these over here.
How do you do? I'd like to buy a football for my boys.
Sorry, I'm just a customer.
Oh, pardon me.
I've been trying to get hold of the salesman myself. He seems to be pretty busy.
Yeah, I'm sorry to be staring so, but you look awfully familiar.
I was just thinking the same thing about you.
I remember now, Rutgers.
Class of 32.
Of course, you're Bruce Manchester.
Just a minute now, don't tell me. I got it. Nelson.
Right.
Of course, Nelson. Schnozzy Nelson.
No, Ozzie.
Oh, of course, Ozzie Nelson. Well, let me look at you. By golly, you haven't changed a bit. Put on a little weight, maybe.
Oh, this is a pretty heavy suit I'm wearing. Are you living here now, Bruce?
No. I just came in town for a few days. Going to do a little hunting.
Oh, that's right. You were quite the boy on the rifle team, aren't you?
Well, I wasn't the best. You weren't so bad yourself on the
football team.
Oh, yes. But there was something else. You always carried something with you. I know, the ukulele.
Oh, well, I wasn't the best. What have you been doing, Bruce?
Oh, I was flying transports in China for a few years. That got pretty tiresome.
Yes, it does get on a guy's nerves.
Then I spent a little time in Arabia and South America for an oil company. Then I went through the Congo with a zoological expedition. What have you been doing?
Well, every Wednesday night I go bowling. I'm married. In fact, those are my 2 boys over there by the counter.
Oh, sure. Say, the little fellow looks a lot like you, Oz.
Yeah, well, you can't see him too well. Ricky, stop pressing your face against that tennis racket.
Who did you marry, Ozzie?
Well, the girl I used to go with. You remember?
Oh, sure, that short, fat little girl. Wait a minute. Fanny. That was her name.
No, that was just a nickname. No, I really didn't go with her. She was just a good dancer. Don't you remember Harriet?
Harriet? Of course. You married her?
Yes, sir.
I know you're always chasing her around with your ukulele.
How'd you ever do it? Well, she finally caught me. How about you? Not married, are you?
No, not me. I'm afraid I'm the perennial bachelor.
Oh, same old Bruce. Still the old woman hater.
Don't hate him. Just don't see any sensible reason for having him around.
Can we have this one, Pop? It's the kind I want, boy. Genuine pigskin.
Well, we'll see in a minute, fellas. This is David, and this is Ricky, Bruce. This is Mr. Manchester, an old school friend of your dad's.
Hello, fellas.
Hello, hi.
Well, we'll have to get together real soon then, Bruce.
I'm staying down at the Elks Club. Why don't you give me a call? Do you do much hunting?
No, Bruce, I'm not much with a gun.
You got your chicken once, Pop.
I didn't shoot him, David. I ran over him with the car. Well, I'll give you a ring, Bruce, and maybe we can do something.
Sure thing. Nice seeing you again, Ozzie.
Go ahead, I'll lead you.
Hey, you guys, no throwing passes in the living room.
Let me see the new football Pop brought us.
Well, that's very nice, but if I find anybody throwing it around the living room, I'll stick a hat pin in it.
It was really my fault.
I'll stick the hat pin in you.
Come on, Rick, let's go outside and play.
Careful the windows, boys. Harriet, you'll never guess who we bumped into at the sports shop. Bruce Manchester.
Bruce Manchester.
Yeah, you remember Bruce from school? We went on double dates with him all the time. We used to go up and park at Inspiration Point.
I've never been to Inspiration Point.
Oh, that's right. It was Bruce and myself and Fanny, Danny and Bob. The 4 of us guys from astronomy class used to go up there.
Was he that black-haired fellow who always used to smoke a pipe?
Yeah, that's right. The good-looking guy, big outdoor stuff. He's going on a hunting trip, staying down at the Elks Club for a few days.
Why didn't you ask him out for dinner?
Bruce? Oh, I doubt if he'd want to come. He's strictly the confirmed bachelor type. He'd be bored to death having dinner here.
I've invited Lucille Baxter over. I don't think he'd be exactly bored to death.
Oh, I get it now. Will you tell me one thing? Why do women always have to be matchmakers? The minute you find out a friend of mine is in town, an eligible bachelor, you think of some girl you can call
I
up.
invited Lucille over a week ago.
Even before he's in town, you ask her over.
Oh, don't be so silly. You haven't seen Bruce for years. And if you do invite him over, I'm sure you'll find Lucille much more interesting than the Elks Club.
Harriet, it's no use. Bruce has more sense than to get himself hooked.
That isn't very flattering, dear. Do you feel you were hooked?
Well, no, of course not, but, well, you know what those matchmaking deals can be. With us, it was different. I proposed. Nobody tried to push me into it. You invited me over for dinner. I remember it very well. I got the invitation from your Uncle Slug, the policeman.
I never had an Uncle Slug, and he wasn't a policeman.
Yeah, I guess he wasn't actually a policeman. He just used to go with them a great deal.
I can assure you, dear, nobody's trying to hook poor Brucey boy.
Oh, no, I see that gleam in your eye, that matchmaking complex.
Have you forgotten what Lucille looks like, dear? Men take one look at her and lose their minds.
I know, but not this guy. He's strictly the bachelor type.
I dare you to invite him over. I double dare you.
If you want to call him, go right ahead. I'm just trying to prevent an awkward situation.
Thank you, dear, but we accept the challenge. I'll go call him.
Hi, Oz. Beautiful day, huh?
I think so, Thorny. It's a little too windy for me.
Oh, this is the kind of day I like. That wind's from the west.
I don't care where it's from. It's too cold for me.
You don't understand, Oz. When the wind's from the west, it blows the leaves off my lawn onto your lawn.
sour about today?
Oh, it's nothing important, really. A bachelor friend of mine's in town, so Harriet immediately decides to cook up some matchmaking deal with a girlfriend of hers. I just hate to see the poor guy get hooked.
Oh, one of those deals, huh? Reminds me of the way Catherine hooked me. Would you care to hear about it, Oz?
No, not especially. No.
It was very clever. She invited me over for Thanksgiving dinner and had the preacher hiding in the turkey.
Tony, why is it that women are always trying to push people together and get them all married?
Oz, there's nothing wrong with marriage. It's a great institution. I believe every man should be happily married, whether he likes it or not.
I agree, Thorny, but this is a little different. This is a fiendish, typically feminine scheme. Here is a guy, a happy bachelor, lives at the Elks Club, eats in restaurants. So Harriet's going to cook this guy a home-cooked dinner.
I bet she's making those candied yams.
Yeah, and a roast all spiced up. She cooks it with bay leaves and with thick brown gravy. And I'm leading this poor guy right into the trap.
Oz, how could you?
He could be eating at the Elks Club or the drugstore.
Oh, the poor devil, missing one of those drugstore dinners.
He's also having fruit salad.
With that thick whipped cream on top?
Yeah, and hot biscuits with butter and apricot preserves.
Oz, if I had a stick, I'd beat you.
I deserve it, Thorny. And that's not the worst. Listen to this. This girl, Lucille, she's absolutely beautiful, Thorny. You know, one of those redheads, you know, the sultry type. And here, this poor, happy bachelor, and he's going to have this beautiful girl thrown at him all evening, and it's all my fault.
Oz, you monster.
What can I do?
Well, I'm still willing to help you, Oz, even if you are a heel. Tell you what.
Yeah?
I've lived a bad life.
Oh, now, Thorny.
No, I've been bad, Oz. I haven't been good. I've been bad.
Thorny, what are you talking about?
I deserve punishment. Spare that poor boy, Oz, and invite me.
Harriet.
I'm right here, dear. What do you want?
I've been thinking things over. Maybe you'd better not call Bruce.
Oh, I've already called him, and he's accepted. Isn't it nice?
He definitely said he'd be here?
Oh, yes. He seemed delighted. In fact, he's bringing out some new special hunting rifle he wants you to see.
Oh, fine. Things aren't bad enough with a home-cooked dinner and Lucille. The poor guy's even bringing his own shotgun.
I think I'll go over and stand under the Nelsons' dining room windows tonight. I'd certainly like to get a look at that Lucille girl. Gosh, if she's everything Harriet says, well, she must be like 1847 Rogers Brothers. Sure, 1847 Rogers Brothers is completely irresistible. And it's no wonder. There's no other silver plate in the world that's so beautifully created. Into each piece goes incomparable skill and workmanship. You see that in every detail. In the lovely pattern ornaments, for example. They're more highly raised, more deeply carved. And then there are those exquisite open-work knife handles, gem-like in their finish and beauty. Only 1847 Rogers Brothers has such features so like solid silver. 1847 has extra luster, too, a special weight and balance that set it apart. When you see 1847 Rogers Brothers, you'll know it's irresistible, because it's the best, the finest silver plate in America. And that's what you want. So see it at your silverware dealers tomorrow. The one and only 1847 Rogers Brothers. Hurry, hurry, hurry. This way, ladies and gentlemen, for the big contest of the evening. That super-duper colossal conflict that's been going on since the dawn of history. Man versus woman. In a little city somewhere in America tonight, a titanic struggle is about to take place.
I'm Bruce Manchester, Rutgers 32. I'm the woodsy outdoor type. I like tweed jackets, a good pipe, and the smell of a wet water spaniel.
I'm a bachelor, and I hope to stay that way. Oh, driver, take me to 1847 Rogers Road.
I'm Lucille Baxter. At present, I'm basking in single blessedness, but I must admit I'm looking for the right man. Harriet! Lucille, come on in, dear.
Yes, folks, there you have it. What will happen when the irresistible force meets the immovable object? Will Mr. Manchester give Miss Baxter the cold shoulder? Or will lovely Lucy cook Bachelor Brucey's goosey?
Hello, Emmy Lou.
I saw David down at the drugstore. He told me you were having company for dinner. He said something about a hunter.
Yes, she's a friend of Mrs. Nelson's.
Oh, how exciting.
I'm a little worried. See, it's going to be a very intimate party, just the four of us. And this friend of mine, Bruce Manchester, is a bachelor. And I don't think...
A bachelor?
Yeah.
Go on, Mr. Nelson.
Well, you see, the girl... Would you do that again, please?
Of course.
Thank you. You see, the girl who's coming over is Mrs. Nelson's friend, Lucille Baxter. And Mrs. Nelson has ideas about interesting my friend in her friend.
Well, of course. After all, Mrs. Nelson is a woman.
You know, several people have mentioned that. But frankly, Emmy, I feel that it's my duty not to let my friend get hooked without at least a struggle.
Oh, Mr. Nelson, you're so naive. What chance do you stand against a woman? You're only a man. Nothing but a man.
What do you mean? It got me into the YMCA.
But you men don't have our cunning, our trickery.
Trickery? That's an idea. Trickery of all's fair in love and war.
What are you going to do?
Emmy Lou, just keep this in mind. I'm not quite as stupid as a lot of people think I am.
Oh, I know, Mr. Nelson. I keep saying that. And you should hear some of the arguments I get into.
And this is Bruce Manchester, Lucille. This is Lucille Baxter. How do you do?
Hello, Miss Baxter.
Bruce, why don't you and Lucille sit over here on the couch?
Well, that's a good idea. Sit right here, Lucille.
Thanks.
And Bruce, you sit here on the other side of me.
I understand you're quite a sportsman, Mr. Manchester.
Oh, yes, Bruce is quite a sportsman. Hunting, fishing. Of course, we married men don't get to do things like that. You know how marriage is. It ties you down.
Lucille, don't you do a little hunting? Just a little. I'm not very good at it. Nobody's ever taken the trouble to teach me.
Well, Miss Baxter, I
say,
certainly...
Bruce.
Yes?
Shot any good animals lately?
Not lately. The hunting season just opened.
I imagine it's a lot of bother teaching a woman how to hunt. Although I'd love to learn.
I'd be only too glad to show you.
Bruce, remember Jim Marshall?
Jim Marshall? Oh, sure, Oz. As I said, Miss Baxter, if you're...
A great guy,
really
a great guy.
Ozzie, stop interrupting.
Oh, was I interrupting? I'm sorry. What were you saying about Jim Marshall, Bruce?
Well, I was just saying that... I wasn't saying anything about Jim Marshall.
Jim Marshall? Oh, a great guy, yes. He's married now, all settled down. Children, a wife, kids, all tied down.
Dear, dinner's nearly ready. Don't you want to go upstairs and get your coat and tie on?
Oh, Harriet, stop nagging. Well, you know I always dress like this at home. That's the way it goes, Bruce. When you're first married, you dress up. But after a while, you learn to relax. What with helping cook meals, wash dishes, clean house, and look after the children, you get your good clothes pretty messed up.
Those hunting trips of yours, they must be pretty exciting, Bruce.
Oh, fairly so, Harriet.
I don't imagine you'd like a woman along on a hunting trip.
Oh, no.
They probably just get in the way.
Oh, certainly.
Oh, no. No, as a matter of fact, most of the fellows are married. They bring their wives along. The women do the cooking.
Well,
it's very nice.
I know, but poor little old me would only get in the way.
Speaking of the old gang, Bruce, remember Larry Scott? Poor Larry.
Something happened to him?
He's up there now, Bruce.
Larry died?
No, he and his wife are living above a garage. Places are so hard to find now. There's a big housing shortage. Couples are living in tents and trailers.
You mean you actually don't mind having a wife?
All the town.
Not at all. In fact, it gets pretty lonesome for me. I'm the only bachelor in the crowd.
Oh, poor little you.
Yeah, a lot of young married couples. Living in piano crates or boxcars, a big housing shortage.
Oh, dear, I smell something burning. I think it's my roast. Pardon me.
Home-cooked meals, the joys of marriage. Home-burned meals is more nearly the truth. It happens all the time.
Personally, I like meat well done. It gives it a nice woodsy sort of flavor.
Well, we might just as well go into dinner. When you smell it burning, you know it's ready.
Everything all right, Harriet? Oh, I hope so. I'm afraid the meat's going to be pretty well done. I caught it just in time. Come on in, folks.
You won't have to coax me, Harriet. I haven't had a good home-cooked meal in ages.
Well, don't be afraid to eat, Bruce. There's plenty of everything.
What's that old quotation about eating a hearty meal? The condemned man...
Never mind, dear. Would you like more of anything, anybody? How about you, Bruce?
Oh, no, thanks, Harriet. I've had plenty. It was wonderful.
I can't understand how the meat got burned. I'm sure somebody must have turned up the heat on the oven.
Oh, Harriet, you burn the meat now and then. It happens in every marriage. Didn't even notice it myself. I guess I'm getting used to it.
Oh, the meat was fine, Harry.
Oh, yes, it was, dear. A little black and crisp, but very tasty. You're burning it much better now.
Shall we go into the living room? It might be more comfortable.
Oh, fine. Allow me, Lucille.
So I'd better go in and close the windows. We have very noisy neighbors, a man, his wife, a married couple, always fighting and shouting at each other. Very noisy neighbors.
The Thornberrys? Well, Ozzy, we couldn't possibly have nicer neighbors.
I know, Harriet, but sometimes they can be very noisy neighbors. I'll get it. That's probably Thorny now.
How do you know? He always knows.
I know his buzz, dear. Pardon me. Darn you, Thorny, you missed your cue. Well, Thorny, come in.
I couldn't help it. You didn't talk loud enough.
Well, thank you, Oz. Very well. Shout. Come on into the living room.
Hello, Thorny. This is Mr. Manchester and Miss Baxter. This is our neighbor, Mr. Thornberry. How do you do, Mr. Thornberry?
Hello. A pleasure. I just stopped in to see if I could borrow Ozzy's sleeping bag.
A sleeping bag? You going camping, Thorny?
No, my wife's brother's staying with us. He's got my room, so I'm sleeping out in the backyard.
Out in the backyard?
Oh, it's not so bad. He's only staying for 6 or 7 weeks. It does get a little tough when the snow comes, though.
Oh, those in-laws will visit. It happens in every marriage.
Couldn't you sleep on the couch, Mr. Thornberry?
Oh, yes, I get the couch when my father-in-law leaves.
There's married life for you. My sleeping bag's out in the garage, Thorny. You're welcome to it.
Bless you, Oz.
Wouldn't you like something to eat before you go, Thorny? Maybe a big slice of ham or a piece of bologna?
No, thanks, Harriet. I really have to go. I've stayed too long now. It'll mean a beating when I get home. Good night.
He was kidding, wasn't he, Harriet?
Oh, of course he was.
Lucille, didn't you say something about having to get home early? Well, I'm sure Bruce wouldn't mind dropping you off.
Oh, no, I wouldn't mind at all. I'll get my coat.
Don't be silly. I wouldn't think of it. Lucille lives way on the other side of town. The southern part. Harriet and I can drive her home. I like to drive anyway.
I like to drive, too. I love to drive.
Oh, Bruce, always the gentleman.
I am not a gentleman. I mean, it'd be a pleasure.
Don't be silly, Bruce. Harriet and I are only too happy to take her home. I'll get my coat.
I wish Ozzy wouldn't, Harriet. I can easily take the bus.
I don't know why I can't drive you home.
Okay, all ready. Harriet, if you'll... Hey. Well, that's funny. Harriet, did you see the car keys?
Well, no, dear. Don't you have them?
Well, I left them right here on the table, but they're gone.
Oh, that's a pity. Well, I guess you'll just have to let me take you home, Lucille.
If you're sure it won't be too much trouble, Brucey.
No trouble at all. Well, I hate to rush off like this, but if Lucille has to go...
Oh, go right ahead. Call me tomorrow, Lucille.
You want me to ride out with you, Bruce?
Oh, there wouldn't be room, Ozzy. I've got a lot of stuff in the back, seats and things. Thanks for the dinner, Harriet. Ozzy?
Good night, all.
Good night.
Lucille. Good night, Bruce. Ozzy?
Yes, dear?
Don't you speak to me, you wretch.
What did I do?
What did you do? What didn't you do? You did just about everything possible to discourage them.
Well, I just wanted to make sure the guy had his eyes open.
Oh, aren't you ashamed? Couldn't you see how well they hit it off right from the start?
Sure, I could see that.
Then why'd you go ahead with your scheme?
Well, it was too late to call it off. I wanted to.
Why did you insist that we take Lucille home?
Well,
if you hadn't lost your car keys, you'd have spoiled the whole thing.
Oh, Harriet, you don't really think the car keys were lost, do you?
You said they were.
You mean you didn't even suspect that I had them right in my pocket?
Now who's the matchmaker? You could have fooled me.
Well, I'm kind of sentimental, I guess. My mind works in strange ways. Yours not to wonder why, yours but to do and die.
Yeah, that's a very good idea.
What is?
What you just said. I'll do the dishes and you dry.
Okay, we're coming. Who in the world could be ringing the doorbell at this hour of the night? Bruce!
Oh, did I wake you folks up?
No, Bruce. That's okay.
What's the matter? Is something wrong?
On the contrary, everything's perfect. I came back for several reasons. First of all, Harriet, I want to thank you for introducing me to Lucille. There's a wonderful girl.
Bruce, you ran away and got married.
Well, not quite. But it's going to happen very, very soon, and I wanted you to be the first to know about it.
Well, there's nothing like it, Bruce. Congratulations.
I see you're both sleepy. I wanted to thank you, but, well, I wouldn't have stopped this time of the morning just for that purpose. I hope you won't be sore, Oz.
Sore about what?
Well, I guess I accidentally put them in my pocket. Here are your car keys.
Ozzie Nelson.
Well, good night. I've got to get back to the club.
Good night, Bruce.
Good night, Bruce.
Say, Bruce. Oh, Ozzie. Did the door close on you?
Yeah. The wind, that is, I think I'll stay down at the Elks Club, too, tonight.
Ozzie and Harriet will be back in just a moment. Well, Ozzie did his darndest, but nothing could keep Lucy and Bruce apart, I guess. They're just like metal and a magnet.
Like cheese and a mouse.
Like a woman and 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate.
Oh, if you just waited a minute, Mr. Smith, I would have said that myself.
You would?
Uh-huh. Yesterday I put on my hat, walked down Rogers Road, went into Mr. Jonathan's silverware store, and found the love of my life. A 52-piece chest of 1847 Rogers Brothers. Golly, we were made for each other.
Why, sure. That's the way every woman feels about 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Those patterns.
Adoration, eternally yours, first love, and remembrance. They're really beautiful, aren't they? And they're designed to suit every taste, every scheme of decoration.
The price is right, too. My 52-piece silver chest with 8 place settings in it cost me under $65.
Well, that's the wonderful thing about 1847 Rogers Brothers. The craftsmanship is so incomparable, and yet the price is so reasonable. In fact, 1847 hasn't gone up a penny since 1945.
Don't you think everybody ought to see 1847 Rogers Brothers tomorrow?
That I do. Everybody, go see 1847 Rogers Brothers tomorrow. The finest silver plate in America.
Come in, Thorny.
Hi, Oz. Harriet, I want
it's all right, Thorny. You're forgiven.
Sit down, Thorny. Have some breakfast?
No, Oz. I came over about your sleeping bag.
Oh, well, just put it back in the garage, Thorny.
Well, I was wondering if I could borrow it for a while. My brother-in-law came to stay with us today.
Tune in again next week to another adventure of Ozzie and Harriet, starring Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard.
And remember, America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Yes, Harriet, America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Appearing in support of Ozzie and Harriet were John Brown, Janet Waldo, Henry Blair, Tommy Bernard, Lorene Tuttle, and Donald Woods. Original music was composed and conducted by Billy May. This program originates in the Hollywood studios of the National Broadcasting Company and is also broadcast over the Trans-Canada Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is Vern Smith speaking.
This is NBC, the National...
Thank you, Dean. Ladies and gentlemen, here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. It's a way to ease the pain, often within a few minutes. A way that is incredibly fast and effective. It's Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people were first introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them, and anyone may enjoy their benefits. Next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means try Anacin. You'll like the convenience of Anacin tablets, and you'll be delighted with Anacin's incredibly fast action. A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin. Ask for Anacin by name today at your druggist.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Harriet,
Yes, dear?
would you please, if you'll pardon the expression, stop the music for a second? Yes. Take a look at this ad in Life magazine.
Yes, I saw that. Isn't that Joan of Arc pattern simply beautiful?
That's what I mean. No wonder everybody says the solid silver with beauty that lives forever is International Sterling.
The solid silver with beauty that lives forever is International Sterling. From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of International Sterling, presents The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring America's favorite young couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. It's a pleasant family scene we find in the living room of the Nelsons at 1847 Rogers Road. A fire in the fireplace, Nick the dog stretched out on the hearth, Ozzie on the couch reading the evening paper, and Harriet curled up in the easy chair with a basket of mending. Ah, this is the life.
Look here, dear.
Hmm? What is it?
I want you to see what happens to Ricky's trousers.
Gee, they're getting pretty thin. How can he wear them out that way? He never sits down. Where are the boys?
Out in the kitchen. I told them they could stay up a little longer if they promised to do their homework.
Aren't these David's books here on the table?
What are you fellas doing out there?
Just getting the crackers.
Why don't you go out and take a look, dear?
Okay. How you doing, boys?
We're okay.
Well, Pop, this is a neat book.
Well, wait a minute. What's the idea of reading comic books?
Pop, these aren't ordinary comic books. They're educational.
I suppose this first story is educational. Tommy Skunk lets him have it.
That's a swell story, Pop. Tommy Skunk is
Never
sheriff
mind,
of
Ricky.
animal
Why aren't you
town.
boys doing your homework?
Well, you don't understand, Pop. You see, we're supposed to do a composition on animals and birds and stuff. And these comic books tell you all about it. They're very educational.
We're going to read our school books, too, Pop.
Well, nevertheless, you promised to get right at your homework after dinner. I thought a promise meant a little more to you guys than something to be said and forgotten.
We didn't mean to break our promise, Pop.
We didn't think you'd catch us.
I don't think you understand, Pop. The teacher told us to get these comic books. They're very instructive.
All I can say is school certainly is a lot different than it was when I was a boy.
State's a lot better, isn't it, Pop?
I'm not too sure, Ricky.
Back in those days, everybody walked 10 miles through snow.
No, that's not what I mean. When I went to school, we didn't have to learn about nature out of comic books. We wanted to learn about animals and trees and plants. We went right out into the woods.
Yeah, Pop, but that was back in the old days.
Oh, they weren't the old days. It wasn't that long ago.
We don't have any woods around here.
Well, of course we do. There are plenty of woods around here. The hills are covered with trees.
Well, what was easier for you, Pop? Grandma Nelson told us that your Pop used to take you on hikes in the woods.
Yes, that's true. He did. Many an afternoon I remember Pop would come in and say, "Let's go, boys. We're taking a hike." Off we'd go up to the pines or up to Phelps Woods.
I'll bet you had a lot of fun.
Yeah, we sure did. There weren't many dads like my father.
There aren't any now at all. Gee, Pop, why don't you ever take us on hikes?
Well, I will. It's just...
Oh, boy, when can we go?
Well, anytime. It doesn't
Let's go tomorrow.
Well...
Can we, Pop? Can we go tomorrow?
Well, I'll see, maybe.
That's a promise.
Okay, it's a promise.
You think we'll catch a skunk?
No, you don't catch a skunk, Ricky. You run in the opposite direction.
Why?
Because they have awfully sharp teeth. Now, come on, let's get after that homework. And I mean the real school books, the spelling and stuff.
Okay, Pop. Okay, Pop.
My bacon smells good.
Well, good morning. I was beginning to get worried. About an hour ago, I heard you say you were getting up.
Oh, I was. It was cold, and I wanted another blanket.
You better get a blanket for the eggs. They're cold, too.
The boys eaten yet?
Oh, hours ago. They're upstairs changing their clothes.
Changing their clothes for what?
They're going hiking today.
Oh. Well, it's a nice day for a hike. Me, I think I'll do a few things around the house. Maybe I'll try out that new couch on the porch. It looks pretty comfortable.
Well, perhaps I didn't hear the boys correctly, but aren't you taking them up to Indian Springs for a hike or something? They said you promised them you would.
I promised? Oh, that. Oh, well, we were just talking last night. I don't think it was anything definite.
Well, they're upstairs getting out their camping stuff. They seem to think they're going today.
See, maybe I did mention that we might take a trip up there. Oh, they'll forget all about it. You know how they are. Enthusiastic about something, and 10 minutes later it's all forgotten.
Well, they seem pretty enthusiastic about the hike.
Well, you know how they change from one minute to the next. Remember last summer? That rocket ship they were going to build and fly to the moon in it? They never did go.
I hope they won't be disappointed when they find out you aren't going to take them.
Well, who said anything about not taking them? They still want to go after I finish breakfast. I'll be only too glad to take them.
Oh, that's wonderful, dear. I'm sure they want to go. They've been talking about it all morning.
As a matter of fact, it'll probably be a lot of fun for me, too. Get a little exercise, some of that clear mountain air, hear the brown leaves crunching under my feet.
Oh, isn't that lucky?
What's the matter?
Well, I'm so glad you enjoy the sound of crunching. I just burned the toast.
Hi, Oz. Well, what a coincidence. I was just on my way over to see you.
Oh, gee, I'm awful sorry, Thorny, but as a matter of fact, I'm a little short myself this week.
Oz, please. I just came over to pay a little neighborly visit. Here, have a cigar.
Oh, is Catherine... I mean, are you...
No, Oz. No special occasion. Here, enjoy a good smoke.
What's the matter with it?
Nothing's the matter with it. Golly, can't a man offer his neighbor a cigar without going through a third degree?
Well, don't forget I know you pretty well. You sure it's not going to explode or something?
Now, please, Oz, you have my word for it. Just a plain cigar. As a matter of fact, my boy Will bought it for me.
Will? Well, isn't he a little young for cigars?
I promised to do him a little favor this afternoon, and he bought them for me to show his appreciation.
I don't think I've ever seen this brand before. It tastes kind of strong. Oh, what a rope. This is evil, Thorny.
Now, please, Oz, don't throw it away. Will may be watching from the window. I don't want to hurt his feelings.
Well, I know, Thorny, but it smells like burning rubber or something.
Well, the boy's young yet. Doesn't know one cigar from another. But the thought was there.
I promised to spend the afternoon with my kids, too, but I certainly hope they aren't out buying me cigars. You know, you and I are different, Thorny. But most parents don't realize how important it is to spend time with their children.
Oh, sure. Especially boys. You'll find that the average boy patterns his entire behavior after his father.
Oh, there's no question about it. That's the reason we've got to be careful to set him a good example.
Well, I always say...
I think you're right about that cigar, Oz. It smells horrible.
I think so many parents make a mistake when they make casual promises to their kids and then wriggle out of them in one way or another. It's no good.
And then the parent wonders... I think you can throw that away, Oz. Will probably isn't watching after all.
It's okay. It's not bad. Now, take me, for instance. I promised to take my boys on a hike this afternoon, and nothing in the world could keep me from it.
Hike? Oz, old man, you mean to stand there with that awful cigar in your mouth and tell me you don't know about the big professional football game this afternoon?
Football game?
Well, sure, down at the stadium.
Well, isn't that next week?
Of course not. It's this afternoon.
Well, I thought it was next week. I wonder if it's too late to get tickets.
Well, how can you go? You promised to take the boys hiking.
Well, yes, but I'm sure they'd rather go to the football game. Don't you think?
I don't know, Oz. Did they seem very enthused about the hike?
Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, Harriet said they've been talking about it all morning. Why don't I just ask them which they'd rather do?
Well, don't you think that's a little unfair to them, Oz?
In what way?
Well, naturally, they'd know you'd rather go to a football game, so they'd probably give up the hike just to make you happy. But inside, they'd feel that their pop let them down.
You really think so?
Oh, yes, I do, Oz. A promise is a big thing to a kid. I remember once my grandfather promised to take me fishing. And at the last minute, he changed his mind and took me to a movie instead. A Tarzan picture.
And you never quite forgave him?
Not only that, I've never felt the same about Elmo Lincoln. Since that day, I don't seem to enjoy his pictures as much.
Yeah, I see what... Elmo Lincoln? He hasn't made a picture in years and years. They haven't shown those.
Oh, didn't I tell you, Oz, we got a television set?
Oh. I think you're right about the promise, Thorny.
Oh, I'm sure of it, Oz. What's one football game compared to setting the right example for David and Ricky?
I don't know what I could have been thinking of. A promise is a promise.
Now, that's the way I look at it, Oz. Even if we don't have a good time this afternoon, we'll have the satisfaction of knowing that we've kept our promises to our boys.
Yeah. Where did you promise to take Will?
I was a little smarter than you were, Oz. I promised to take Will to the football game.
Mom? Yes, dear? We've been wondering, Mom, is Pop pretty good about keeping promises?
Well, if you're worried about him taking you on the hike, he's looking forward to it.
Oh, gee.
What kind of talk is this?
Will Thornberry just said there's a professional football game today. His father's taking him to the game, and all we get is an old hike.
Well, I'm surprised at you two guys. I think you have a pretty nice dad. You know, it isn't every father who's good enough to take his boys hiking. You don't want to hurt his feelings, do you?
Well, golly, no, but... Well, do you think if we told him we'd rather see the game than go hiking, it'd hurt his feelings?
You're taking a chance.
Let's take the chance, David. No, Ricky, we don't want to hurt Pop's feelings.
I'll tell you what you could do. You might just hint that if he'd rather go to the football game, you'd be willing to postpone the hike.
Hi, fellas.
Hi, Pop.
Well, beautiful weather for a hike, isn't it?
Yeah. Nice day for football game, too.
Ozzie, the boys have just heard that there's going to be a big football game at the stadium today, and they thought that if you'd like to postpone the hike, well, they'd understand.
We know how much you like football, Pop.
Oh, come now, boys. Do you think your old dad would break his promise? Besides, on a beautiful day like this, who wants to sit in a crowded stadium and watch a football game?
Shut up, Ricky.
No, sir. This is a perfect day for a football... this is a day for a hike in the the woods. What I mean is we can go to a football game any day, but a hike is something that... Well, Indian Springs, you can just imagine how beautiful it is up there at Indian Springs. Indians and springs.
Well, we just thought that maybe...
thanks very much, fellas, but don't you worry. Your old dad isn't going to let you down. No, sirree. A promise is a promise.
What silver pattern has had scores of letters written about it? What silver pattern have women all over the country been waiting for? What silver pattern is back once again in a triumphant return to make 1,000 dreams come true? The answer? International Sterling Superb Joan of Arc. Yes, Joan of Arc is back once again. The silver pattern you wrote about, waited for, dreamed of. One of the most magnificent patterns ever to come from the hands of the famous international sterling craftsman. Every detail is finished to perfection, back as well as front, and each piece is crowned with a gleaming classical shell ornament. Here, in every way, is solid silver at its loveliest. You'll agree when you see Joan of Arc at your international sterling dealers. So don't miss it. Tomorrow, see Joan of Arc, the silver pattern you asked for. Created by International Sterling. Ever since Ozzie Nelson was a little boy, his parents taught him courage, determination, and a sense of honor. These are the virtues it takes to keep a promise. When little Oswald was 8 years old, he was courageous.
Look at me, Sally. I can eat worms.
When he was 12 years old, he was determined.
Don't worry, Mom. I'll finish eating this piece of chocolate cake.
When he was 16, he had a highly developed sense of honor.
Gwendolyn, I must confess. Before I met you, I kissed another girl. Ouch!
Yes, Ozzie learned early. At 19, he made his first important promise.
I promise to pay the Blue Sky Auto Finance Company the sum of $30 more.
And he kept his promise. In fact, the finance company made sure of it. And so the Ozzie Nelson of today has the same grim determination to keep his promise. He's out in the garage now, dusting off his hiking boots. Meanwhile, Harriet has put in her daily call to her mother.
Hello?
Hello, Mother. It's Harriet.
Oh, hello, dear.
How are you?
Oh, not so good, dear. My feet hurt, and I feel a headache coming on.
Have you taken an aspirin?
Yes, but my feet still hurt. I went to that modern art exhibit today, and I warn you, dear, don't go.
That bad?
Dreadful. Simply a collection of three-cornered apples, women with 6 arms and purple hair. The only thing in a frame that made sense turned out to be the fire hose.
Today's the last day of the exhibit, isn't it?
Yes, thank goodness.
Oh, I'm glad you told me. Ozzie promised to take me, but now I won't insist on it.
How is Ozzie, dear?
Oh, he's fine. He and the boys are going on a hike today.
Today? Isn't he going to the football game?
No, he seems to prefer the hike.
Really? That doesn't sound like Ozzie.
Well, frankly, I think he really wants to go to the game, but he's just sticking to his promise. You know, it's silly because the boys want to go to the game, too.
Well, dear, if Ozzie wants to go to the game and the boys want to go to the game, why don't they just go to the game and forget about the hike?
It sounds simple.
It's as simple as ABC.
But this is an XYZ family. I guess they'll all go on the hike and be perfectly miserable just so Ozzie can prove he keeps his promises.
But you just said he promised to take you to the art exhibit.
Yes, but he can't because it's closing today, and last night he promised the boys...
Huh?
Oh, Mother, I have a wonderful idea. Would you like to hear it?
Now, Harriet, if it's some plan to trick Ozzie, I don't want to hear about it.
Okay, Mother.
You know I never like to interfere in your little family squabbles. So I'd rather you wouldn't
Okay,
tell me
Mother,
about
I'll
it.
call you again. Goodbye, Mother.
Of course, if you insist and you feel that you need my advice, Harriet. Harriet? Operator, we've been disconnected.
What do you want, Mom?
I think I know how you can go to the football game today.
Oh.
I'm not promising, mind you. It's just an idea.
Oh, boy, David, Mom's got an idea.
Well, don't say it as if it was the first one I ever had.
What's your idea, Mom?
Well, listen to this. Daddy doesn't want to break his promise to take you hiking. But it just happens that he made a promise to me.
Gee, are you stuck, too?
No, it's just that... Oh, here it comes, boys. Let me do the talking.
Well, come on, fellows. Get on your hiking clothes.
Dear, I'm terribly sorry, but I think you've forgotten something.
Well, I don't think so. Here's my hatchet, my canteen, my toolkit, my collapsible drinking cup.
No, I don't mean anything like that, dear. I mean, you made a promise to me.
What's that?
Remember, dear, you promised to take me to the modern art exhibit whatever day I wanted to go?
I promised that?
Yes, don't you remember? One night last week.
Well, we'll go sometime next week.
Today's the last day.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, it'll probably be around another year or two.
No, dear. You promised to take me. A promise is a promise.
But, Harriet, I'm taking the boys on a hike.
Well, you'll have to postpone the hike. A previous promise eliminates any promise made later. That's the law.
That's the law. David, don't hit the table with that walnut cracker. Harriet, the boys are looking forward to this hike, aren't you, fellows?
Oh, that's okay, Pop. You go ahead and take Mom to the art exhibit. Yeah, Pop, we don't mind. I'm sorry, dear, but you did promise to take me.
I didn't promise, Harriet. I said I'd take you, but that isn't a promise.
What is it, Pop?
It's, Ricky, your mother and I are talking.
You better change your clothes, dear.
A fine couple of pals you two turned out to be.
Well, gee, Pop, you promised Mom you'd take her. We can't do anything.
Well, you didn't have to give up the hike so easily. You'd think you didn't even want to go.
Gee, Pop.
Why didn't you say something? You're only 8 years old, Ricky. Why didn't you cry?
Are you sore this, Pop?
Oh, of course I'm not sore at you. I suppose the art exhibit won't be so bad. Gives a man culture, I guess.
You don't mind going, Pop?
Oh, no. If it'll make your mother happy, I'm only too glad to take her. It'll probably be very interesting. Well, I'll see you guys later.
Where are you going, Pop?
Outside to see if I can't find something wrong with the car. Oh, hello, Emmy.
Where are you going?
Just getting the car. We're going downtown.
To the football game?
No, we're going to the modern art exhibit at Simon's Galleries.
The art exhibit? Oh, I might have known. Those long, tapering fingers,
No.
those delicate hands,
No.
your white shirt splashed with paint.
No, that's just a little ketchup. I had a sandwich.
Oh, Mr. Nelson, I'll bet your paintings win every prize.
No. I'm only going to the art exhibit to look.
To look?
Yes, I'm not a painter.
You're not a painter?
Well, no.
Only a student.
No.
You live in a garret, a
Oh.
tiny cubicle, a
Damn it.
niche, a cubbyhole, a dump.
Oh, but...
Your room is so tiny you have to paint with your hands in your pocket.
Oh, Where does my model sit?
In the next room, you have to peek through the keyhole.
Oh,
Feverishly, you work on your portrait day in and day out.
No,
It means fame. The world will soon recognize your genius. And so you paint and paint and paint. It takes form at last. Only a few more days, and that's finished. Your masterpiece is complete. What depth, what beauty. Your very soul is in this painting. Soon the world will see your path to your garret. And so to the little art shop around the corner, not knowing that someday this painting will be famous, the dealer offers you
$5. This is worth $5,000.
But you're hungry. You must sell it.
I won't.
But you must eat.
I won't sell it. I'll eat it.
Mr. Nelson, what are you talking about?
What do you think that cheap dealer offered me? Wait a minute. Emmy Lou, you're all confused. I'm going to the art exhibit just to look at the pictures. But I don't want to go even.
Well, then why are you going?
Because I promised Mrs. Nelson I'd take her. I'll take her, but I won't like it.
Is that being fair to Mrs. Nelson? She wants you to take her to the art gallery, and you're being mean about it. You want yourself. What happened to the kind, gentle, loving Mr. Nelson?
He's at the football game.
Well, you're cheating if you do something you don't believe in it. Think of your wife, Mr. Nelson. Use the Stanislavski method.
What has Stanislavski been thinking of my wife?
It's a dramatic technique. You keep repeating something until you believe it. For instance, you say you're a leaf until you actually believe you are a leaf. You can do the same thing with the art exhibit. Keep saying, I want to go to the art exhibit, until you want to go.
I want to go to the art exhibit. I want to go to the art exhibit.
Well?
I think I'll try I'm a leaf.
Yourself for Mrs. Nelson's sake. Keep repeating it. I want to go to the art exhibit. It'll be fun. I want to go to the art exhibit. It'll be fun. You can do it, Mr. Nelson. You're strong.
Good.
You're brave.
I'm strong. I'm brave. I want to go to the art exhibit. It'll be fun. You're a liar. No, I'm not. It's wrong. I want to go. It'll be fun. No, it won't. Yes, it will. I'm a leaf. I want to go. I want to go to the art exhibit. It'll be fun. I want to go. It'll be fun. The art exhibit. I want to go to the art exhibit. I want to feast my eyes on those beautiful colors. I want to run barefoot through those gorgeous paintings. I want to go to the art exhibit.
You want to go?
Yes, I want to go to the art exhibit.
Why?
It'll be fun.
Who says so?
Stanislavski.
What does a football player know about art?
I'm all ready for the art exhibit, Harriet.
You are?
Yes, it'll be fun.
You said that. You don't really want to go, do you?
But I do.
You didn't a few minutes ago.
But I've changed since then.
The football game today is supposed to be the best of the season.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be a grudge game, and I want to go to the art exhibit. I want to go to the art exhibit. I want to go to the art exhibit.
Beautiful day, isn't it, dear?
Yes, but we'll be better off at the art exhibit indoors. I think it's going to rain.
Rain? There isn't a cloud in the sky.
Well, they're all hiding behind the mountains, waiting for the football game to start.
Ozzy, if you'd rather go to the football game, don't be afraid to say so.
Oh, you can go to a football game anytime. I want to go to the art exhibit. Harriet, you made the wrong turn there. The art exhibit's to the left. You're going to get into all the traffic going to the stadium.
I've decided I want to go to the game instead.
But I thought you wanted to go to the art exhibit. This is the last day, and a promise is a promise. Harriet, I won't let you make this sacrifice. I made you a promise, and I'll stick to it.
Dear, when the rules of living were drawn up, there was one rule that headed the list, and it supersedes all other rules.
Harriet, nothing is more firmly established than the obligation to keep a promise.
Oh, yes, it is. A woman's right to change her mind.
But I want to go to the art exhibit.
You'd better quit while you're still ahead, Stanislavski. I might change my mind again.
Well, what about the boys?
They're going to meet us at the stadium. It seems they met Emmy Lou, and she convinced them they ought to hike down there.
Harriet, are you sure you honestly want to go to the football game?
Oh, definitely, dear. I want to go to the football game. I want to go to the football game.
I want to go to the football game.
I want to go to the football game.
Harriet will be back in just a moment. Hey, that was a happy ending if there ever was one. But, you know, I sometimes wonder what it would be like if women didn't have that unalterable right to change their minds.
You don't believe in it, Mr. Smith?
Well...
Oh, you think a woman should decide one thing and stick to it, no matter what?
Well,
Even if she's just about to buy a certain silver pattern, and then discovers at the last minute that International Sterling's Joan of Arc is back again, and buys that instead?
Well, hey, did you do that?
Uh-huh. And it was the best change of mind I ever had. Golly, it was wonderful to find I could get Joan of Arc again. I've been waiting for it for years now.
You and thousands of other women. Joan of Arc is one of the most beloved patterns International Sterling ever created. During the war, when it wasn't being made, the postman brought scores of letters to International Sterling, each one asking for its return. And now, in answer to those requests, Joan of Arc is back, as lovely, as magnificent as ever.
Oh, and Mr. Smith, I found out something when I bought my set the other day. I didn't have to pay for it all at once. The International dealer had a special payment plan, specially suited to my own budget.
That's right. So you see, right now is the very best time to buy that silver you've been dreaming of. Joan of Arc, solid silver with beauty that lives forever, created by famous International Sterling.
Boy, did we have a good time today.
It was neat, boy.
What happened to you guys? I thought you were going to meet us at the stadium.
We went over to Will Thornberry's instead.
But I thought Will's father promised to take him to the game.
Well, he did, you see, but he fell asleep on the couch, and Will didn't want to wake him up. Anyway, by the time the picture was over, it was too late.
Picture?
Yeah, we were watching a picture on television.
It was real neat, boy. Tarzan of the Apes with Elmo Lincoln.
Tune in again next week to another adventure of Ozzie and Harriet, starring Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard.
And remember, the solid silver with beauty that lives forever is International Sterling.
Yes, Harriet, the solid silver with beauty that lives forever is International Sterling.
Appearing in support of Ozzie and Harriet were John Brown, Tommy Bernard, Henry Blair, Janet Waldo, and Lorene Tuttle. Original music was composed and conducted by Billy May. This program originates in the Hollywood studios of the National Broadcasting Company and is also broadcast over the Trans-Canada Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This adventure of Ozzie and Harriet will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Friends, one day very soon a neighbor of yours will call on you for a contribution to your local community chest. And I hope you'll contribute generously. Because the service they render to your town or city is really tremendous. Homes for the aged, free medical care for the poor and sick, summer camps for children, work for the handicapped. All these worthy causes are helped by your local community chest. And because your community chest can treat problems as they arise, they're prevented from spreading and affecting the welfare of the nation. So when that doorbell rings, give all you can, won't you? Remember, everybody benefits if everybody gives. This is Burns Smith speaking.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Recently, in a big eastern city, a group of trained men and women called on thousands of housewives and asked this simple question. What kind of container do you prefer for the foods you buy? An overwhelming majority of housewives said they preferred to buy food packed in glass. Among them were a great many mothers of small children, and by a ratio of more than 8-to-1, these mothers said they insisted on prepared baby foods packed in glass. They gave many reasons, as you might expect, but here are the 3 reasons mentioned most frequently. First, glass lets you see what you buy before you buy it. Second, you can heat, serve, and store leftover portions of prepared baby food in the same glass container. And third, these young mothers agreed that sterilized glass containers are cleaner and more sanitary. You can buy an increasing number of the better brands of food packed in glass, and all of the better brands of prepared baby food come to you in Anchor glass containers sealed with tamper-proof Anchor vacuum caps. Both products of Anchor Hawking.
High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of Space Patrol. Next on HOJO Radio.
Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Roastin' present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy have entered a damaged spaceship far out beyond the Pluto orbit to rescue 2 unconscious men. All around the ship, huge chunks of metal hurtle through space on an unknown orbit.
You'll have to carry them, Happy. You take this one, I'll handle the big fellow. Yes, sir. Commander, the ship is swerving right into the stream of metal fragments. They aren't all going in one direction. They're in a swirling motion like a whirlpool. Commander, the batteries in the ship, they're breaking us up. We've got to get these men into our ship quickly. One of those fragments goes to the ship, we're through.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The Strange Gift of the New Star. Captain Dick Tufeld speaking, gang. Speaking to you from an atomic power plant on Mars. Now, they're having trouble getting power, but I think I found the trouble. Listen to this main-powered generator. Sounds pretty weak, doesn't it? My guess is this. They've been using ordinary fuel. Let's see what happens when I put in some of this super fuel. Ah, listen to that power now. Supercharging does it. And, gang, when you roll out of bed in the mornings, you're just like this generator. You need fuel because you haven't had any for about 12 hours. But listen, don't settle for ordinary fuel. Get supercharged like Buzz Corey does with a power breakfast. Eat the super cereals in the checkerboard packages. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex are the super cereals with that modern bite-sized design for easy eating. Delicious and how. Rice Chex is bite-sized shredded rice, and it's triple toasted. Wheat Chex is bite-sized shredded wheat, and it's baked crisper than a cracker. So treat yourself to the same swell-tasting breakfast Buzz Corey enjoys every morning. A power breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the super cereals that help to supercharge you. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure. Few spaceships venture out beyond the orbit of Pluto, the most remote planet in the solar system. As one veteran space pilot put it, only a comet has the time and the fuel to go poking around out there in outer space. But in recent weeks, commercial spaceships on the Neptune to Pluto run have reported a peculiar unidentified object far beyond the Pluto orbit, slowly approaching the space lanes. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy had just finished a routine mission to Pluto and had decided to do a little investigating. Now, far beyond the space lanes, they scan the dark void with super-sensitive telescopes.
Is it a meteor, Commander?
Odd shape for a meteor that size. Too regular. Take a look.
Oh, see it. It's shaped like a spaceship. But its surface is rough.
It is a spaceship, Happy.
But, sir, there's no sign of a rocket burst. No lights in the viewport.
It's in free fall. By the looks of it, it's been in free fall for some time.
But, sir, if it's coming toward the solar system, well, where could it be from?
We can tell more about that after we board it. Get our spacesuits, atomo lights, and an atomo cunning torch. We have to force our way into the airlock. I'll maneuver into position while you're getting the equipment. Stand by to cut rockets.
Standing by, sir.
Cut rockets and apply magnetic holding field and secure airlock.
Airlock contact secured, sir.
All right, let's go. Get in your spacesuit. I'll take the cutting torch. You handle the atomo light and the radiation detector.
Flash your light over here, Happy. See if we can find the registry number. Door's open, sir. Nobody in the control compartment. No lights. Maybe this is a lost robot control job. I see the number now. It's U87. U87. Let's see, that would be... That's an old registry number, Happy. The ship must have been out of commission for 5 years. That I can believe. It's not a robot job, though. Better take a look around. Search the aft section. Yes, sir. Hey, look there on the floor. Empty ration containers. Hap, turn your light on the air indicator. Should be up there in the bulkhead. Hold it, that's it. Can you read it, sir? There's some air in the ship, but the carbon dioxide factor is above the danger level. Commander, look back there, down the corridor. There's a man on the deck. Hold the light on him, Happy. I'll turn him over. Is he alive? Yes. I'll have to work fast. Get him back to our ship and try to bring him around.
Commander?
How's our passenger, Happy?
He opened his eyes for a minute and then passed out again. I've still got him on pure oxygen. His pulse rate's increasing and his respiration and temperature are approaching normal.
Good.
He's not as old as I thought at first. That heavy beard fooled me.
I've space-phoned to Terra headquarters for a check on the ship registration. You find any identification on the man?
None, sir. But from the looks of his ship, he must have been aboard for months.
We'll have it thoroughly examined when we tow it to Terra. I don't like that high radiation count. It could give him trouble.
I wonder how long he's been exposed to it.
It may not have been as bad inside the ship, but the rate from the hull is terrific.
He must have had some experience. Why, he may have circled through a part of space where no one has ever been before.
Base Control Terra calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5, Sector 7, Pluto orbit. Base Control Terra calling Commander Corey.
Corey here, go ahead.
I have some information for you now on spaceship U87.
Happy, go back and keep an eye on our patient.
Yes, Commander.
Let's have it, Space Control.
U87 is a Saturn registry ship owned by Joe O'Malley.
Joe O'Malley?
Yes, Commander. We've run a check on O'Malley. He escaped from Space Patrol officers just over a year ago after his arrest on Saturn.
Why was he arrested?
On suspicion of foul play against his partner, a man named Wes Pence. Everything indicated that O'Malley had disposed of Pence's body.
And O'Malley escaped rather than face trial.
Yes, sir.
Well, he's awfully close to cheating justice right now. Notify the Terra Hospital to meet our ship.
Yes, Commander.
And have a crew of technicians ready to examine O'Malley's ship. We're bringing it into Terra. It's hot.
Radiation?
Right. Hurry out.
Commander, he's conscious now. He's talking, but, well, he's still pretty weak.
I'll go back and have a look.
He wouldn't tell me where he's been. I asked him, and he acted like he wanted to slug me.
You get his name?
Yes, sir.
Was it Joe O'Malley?
No, sir. He says his name was Wes Pence.
Wes Pence? Happy, put on full acceleration for Terra. We've got a double mystery on our hands.
I just came from Major Robertson's office, sir. He gave me a preliminary report on O'Malley's ship.
Fine. Wait here while I check it. I may want you to go over to the hospital and talk to our space hermit.
Well, who is it, Commander? Pence or O'Malley?
He may or may not be Pence, but he certainly is not O'Malley. O'Malley was much larger than this fellow. Heavier set and larger bone structure.
Now I guess we know how O'Malley tried to get rid of Pence. Stuck him in a spaceship and sent him zooming out of the solar system.
But the ship didn't have robot controls.
And that was more than a year ago. Pence couldn't have survived that long.
Happy, did you see this report of Major Robertson?
No, sir.
From all indications, the ship must have been spaceborne for 6 or 8 months.
Wow, 6 months alone in a spaceship.
Happy, go over to the hospital and keep an eye on him. I'll join you as soon as I've talked to you. Jerome.
Want some water, Mr. Pence?
Doctor, you're not the doctor.
No, I'm Cadet Happy.
I've seen you before. I know I have, but I don't know where.
In the spaceship. Commander Corey and I found your ship out beyond Pluto.
Yeah, as they told me, you saved my life.
You just take it easy, Mr. Pence. Lie back and rest.
I never felt so weak. My ship. Where's my ship?
Don't worry. It's here on Terra at the spaceport.
Oh, you brought it in?
That's right.
Fine. Where's the doctor?
Well, he'll be dropping in shortly. I'll ring for the nurse if you want her.
Oh, don't bother. I'm so weak. Oh, could you get me some water, Cadet?
Sure.
And raise the head of my bed a little less. Well, Happy, how's our patient? Happy, what happened?
Oh, my head.
Happy, where's Pence?
I don't know. Last I remember, I was leaning over the bed fixing his pillow, and he hit me with something.
This handle from the bed.
But he seems so weak.
He tricked you, Happy. He's escaped.
But why? Why, Commander? He's not a criminal.
We're not sure he isn't. Robbie's men found 1 million credits worth of stolen uranium hidden aboard his ship.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
Hey, gang, you want to hear something funny? Listen to this.
That's all. That's Nick, though. Buddy. That's all. That's Nick, though. Buddy.
That's a word scrambler, gang. A machine that scrambles secret messages sent by space patrollers over the spaceophone. You want to know what that message said? Here, I'll have the machine unscramble it for you. Listen. To get supercharged, eat a power breakfast with instant Ralston. To get supercharged, eat a power breakfast with instant Ralston. Boys and girls, that's one of the most important messages a space patroller ever sent. Yes, sir, when you sit down to a power breakfast with good, hot Ralston, well, boy, oh boy, that's your day to shine. For instant Ralston packs a wallop in every spoonful. It's rich whole wheat. Remember, rich whole wheat. And that means it'll warm up your motor, tune up your thinking machine, help start off your day with a bang. That's the kind of start Buzz Corey gets. That's the kind of start he wants you to have. So come on, Space Patrollers, get supercharged. Eat a power breakfast with good, hot Ralston. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Strange Gift of the New Star. Far beyond the orbit of Pluto, Buzz and Happy found an apparently deserted and powerless spaceship. Aboard, they found a man who identified himself as Wes Pence. This created another mystery. For more than a year ago, Wes Pence had been listed as a victim of a fatal assault by his partner, Joe O'Malley. O'Malley, in turn, has been missing since his escape from Space Patrol officers months ago. Buzz brought Pence to Terra and placed him in a hospital for treatment. But when Buzz entered the hospital room, he found Happy unconscious and the supposedly weakened patient vanished without a trace. Now, on a side street in Kepler City on the planet Mars, a thin, stoop-shouldered man climbs a stairway at the side of a shabby machine shop. He knocks at the door.
Better open up. It's business.
I don't discuss business this time of day.
Don't you recognize me, O'Malley?
There's no O'Malley here. My name is Emil Forbach. You have the wrong address.
You can fool a lot of people with that Emil Forbach front, but not your old partner.
My partner? I have no partner.
You did have. Don't you recognize me? Oh, I admit I've been through a lot since the day you and I had that fight on Saturn.
Wes. No, it can't be. This is some joke.
Better let me in. We got a lot to talk about.
Go on. Wes, come in.
I'll have to sit down. I'm pretty weak. Well, this isn't much of a place after what we used to have in the old days.
I've had to lie low on account of the space patrol. They think I did away with it.
Yeah, and so did you. Until a moment ago. You thought I was finished. But I managed to crawl away and get help. You know, for nearly a year I thought of nothing but revenge. All those months on Venus, later out in space.
Out in space?
Yeah. Beyond Pluto, far beyond. The sun is just a tiny star. It's good to have a strong hate out there. It keeps you warm and keeps you from going mad.
What were you doing out there?
Chasing your roommate. In your old ship, the U-87. The one you abandoned in the Venus swamps.
You got that old tub spaceborne?
Yeah. I lived like a miser to get it in shape. I starved myself. Then one day I blasted out. In your ship. Yeah. That's what we had the big fight about, remember? I wanted you to outfit a ship and you refused.
But you wouldn't tell me what you wanted it for.
No. But I tell you now, I need help.
I thought you hated me.
O'Malley, let's face it. One of us isn't worth a handful of space dust without the other.
What's the pitch? What's out there, Wes?
Uranium. Pure uranium. Tons of it.
You're crazy.
I've seen it. You don't have to mine it. You just lower a cargo scoop and pull it aboard. It's a cloud of uranium. Uranium particles all sizes. From dust out to chunks as big as a spaceship.
Now I know you're crazy.
Yeah? Well, I brought some back with me. In your old ship.
Huh?
That's why I broke out of the hospital. I came looking for you. The Space Patrol is going to figure out I stole the uranium. But before they find me, I want to be back here with a whole freighter load of it.
A whole freighter load? I tell you, you're crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they say. But I'm going to prove I didn't steal it. And we'll be rich for life.
How do I know this isn't some trick of yours? Revenge.
All right, O'Malley. I'll find somebody else. By the looks of you, you couldn't promote the spaceship anyway.
Now, wait. Just a minute. I've got connections over in Lowell City. There wouldn't be too many questions.
Now you're talking.
I can get a spaceship, all right. And I'm going to do it. So you better be on the level.
We got a line on Pence, Happy. He's gone to Mars.
To Mars?
Yes, in a regular passenger ship.
How did he get the money?
From a safe deposit vault in the Terra Bank. Pence put it there 2 years ago. The banker got suspicious and reported that he identified Pence from a description.
Oh, and then you checked with the spaceport?
Right. He got on the transport ship to Kepler City. We're going to blast off right away and lead the search for him.
As soon as he realized his ship was here on Terra, he knew we'd found the stolen uranium.
That's another mystery about Pence and his ship. That uranium wasn't stolen. A careful check has been made at every plant handling uranium. None missing.
But if he didn't steal it, well, why did he run away from the hospital?
The more important question is if he didn't steal it, where did he get it?
Hey, that's right. Pence couldn't have owned that much ore by himself.
Suppose that uranium wasn't processed. Suppose it's natural, pure uranium.
But, sir, it doesn't exist that way anywhere in the solar system. At least not in huge chunks like that.
No, not in the solar system. But where did we find Pence?
Smoking rockets. He had been outside the solar system.
I have an idea Pence is going back. Where he came from.
For more uranium?
Mm-hmm. But unless he gets medical treatment soon, it won't do him much good.
Huh?
Pence is in a very bad way from his last prospecting trip. Come on, Happy, let's get to work.
Commander, I've just decoded the message from Security Lab. Here it is.
Very interesting. Rather startling, isn't it, Happy?
Well, sir, I just deciphered it letter by letter. I didn't take the time to read it over. Something about uranium and helium. That's all I got out of it.
It's a further analysis of the uranium on Pence's ship. A notation by Dr. Bryson.
What does he say?
According to him, pure uranium could be found in space.
Matter hurled off by forces in a newly formed star, he says, might consist almost entirely of uranium.
Well, isn't that the way the solar system was supposed to have been formed?
Yes, but our system is billions of years old. The original uranium has decayed into lead and the other elements, including the lighter gases like helium.
Well, then this stuff that Wes Pence found could be a hunk of a new star.
Well, new as far as the life of uranium is measured. Could be millions of years old.
Doesn't sound very new to me.
No, but in that time, it could cross interstellar space and come close to our solar system.
Space Control calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5. Space Control calling Commander Corey.
Corey here. Go ahead, Space Control.
Report on suspect Wes Pence.
Let's have it.
Man believed to be Pence blasted off in special cargo freighter from Lowell City, Mars spaceport 2 hours ago. Destination unannounced.
Why wasn't he stopped?
He wasn't recognized by guards until a full description reached us after blastoff. Pence was with another man.
Was the other man recognized?
The 2 guards who noticed Pence have checked old files, Commander. They've only rated their own identification as number 3 reliability.
Well, they aren't too sure. Well, what's their opinion?
They think the other man resembles Joe O'Malley.
Pence's old partner.
Yes, sir. The 2 men arrived from Kemper City.
Space Control, can you give me any information on the vector taken by that ship?
A routine viewscope trace shows it headed generally toward Neptune. Its registry is MSC312.
Thanks, Space Control. Corey out. Happy, check the application chart. In a blast off from Lowell City, Mars, what other planets would lie close to the Neptune trajectory?
Well, none very close.
Run a test trajectory from Mars to Neptune, then out beyond the Pluto orbit. What have you got?
Well, if I go out far enough, it puts us roughly in the sector where we found Wes Pence.
We'll keep on that vector unless we hear that their ship has been sighted in some other part of the system.
You think they're going out for more uranium?
If they are, we're in for a good long trip. Get some rest, Happy. I'll call you in 3 hours.
Well, how much further is it? Just hold this vector. On my best calculation, the uranium cluster is moving at about the same velocity as Pluto, which means we'll intercept
it. Happy, I think I picked them up on the viewscope.
Well, it's about time. I've begun to think they veered off on another vector.
Not only that, but I found something else in the viewscope. It registers as a blurred object, a collection of small fragments.
You mean this thing up here in the corner of the screen?
Right. Pence's ship seems to be heading right for it.
Wes, what's that in the viewscope? I told you a while ago it's the uranium. We're nearly there. No, I mean the rear viewscope. The spaceship. Huh? Hey, you're right. And if they're out this far, they're after us. What'll we do? We'll lose them in the swarm.
Huh?
We'll get the uranium between us and them. When they get closer, those pallets will cloud out their viewscope so bad they'll never find us. Here, let me take the control.
Put on more acceleration, Hap. Keep them in sight.
Crazy fools. What are they up to? They're flying right into that cluster.
And it's uranium, all right. Our radiation instruments are going crazy.
Pence must be trying to pick up some chunks at this speed. They'll crack up sure.
Probably trying to ditch us. Don't get any closer till we determine their next move.
It's working. We got them buffaloes. Space Patrol, all right. Yeah, Terra 5. That means Commander Buzz Corey. We'll evade them, scoop out some uranium, and head back for Mars. Wes, look out. We're right in the middle of the swarm. Calm down. We're keeping pace with them. Wes, do something. You got us in the ship. Well, look the compartment before we lose our air.
Help me. I'm hit.
I can't. Fragment hit me to my shoulder.
Commander, their ship's wrecked.
Yeah, they got a big chunk right ahead of their power unit. Get our spacesuits, Hap. We're going in and get them.
Hap, the cluster isn't all going in the same direction. It's in a swirling motion like a whirlpool. It's battering the ship to pieces. Hurry, Hap. Keep moving. If one of those hunks of uranium wrecks our ship, none of us will ever get back alive. Look, Commander. The nose port, it's cracked. This isn't a big break. Hurry, we gotta get Pence and his buddy into our ship before this one's riddled. Yes, sir. Into the airlock.
into our ship. Now, we'll drop the men right here when we get the ship away from this hot spot. Yes, sir. I'll close the inner hatch. Take off your helmet.
All right, release magnetic holding field. Field out, sir. Now to fire rockets and get away from this uranium bombardment. We made it, sir. We're out of the stream. Yes, but look at the other ship. A hole the size of a space car all the way through the control compartment. We got out of there just in time.
We're heading for Terra. You take care of our passengers.
Oh, Pence is coming around.
O'Malley. O'Malley.
He's safe, Pence. Just lie still, and I'll bandage that shoulder.
So that's O'Malley, huh?
Yeah, it is. You know, Commander, this makes twice you two have saved my life.
That may be. But if you don't mind telling me, why did you run away from the hospital and come out here on this wild expedition?
Well, O'Malley and I wanted to get a share of that uranium so we could prove I didn't steal the chunk you found in the other ship.
And to make yourselves a fortune, huh?
Well, I guess that did enter into it.
You took all that risk for nothing, Pence. We've known for some time you didn't steal that uranium.
Then O'Malley and I are free.
O'Malley is, but you aren't. You can't go around slugging Space Patrol personnel and get away with it. You remember the incident with Cadet Happy in the hospital.
Yeah, that's right.
You'll have to take whatever punishment or fine is coming for you.
But I'm sunk. I can't pay any fine. I'm broke.
He's a comedian.
It's the truth. It took all the money I had to lease the spaceship.
You talk strangely, Pence, for a man with 1 million credits worth of uranium.
Huh?
That uranium you brought on your ship, it's yours by right of discovery.
And now, an exciting preview of next week's thrilling Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in a relay communication station in space. Jim Comar, who is in league with a strange alien power, is using some mysterious crystals, forcing Buzz and Happy to obey him against their will.
The crystals are getting brighter. That's all I can see or even think about. The crystals.
Keep walking. Up to the generator. Closer. Closer.
Happy, fight it.
Touch the connection. Reach out your hand.
Don't touch it, Hap. I can't hold back.
If you touch it, you'll be finished.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Seed Crystals of Zaldibran. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Bela Kovac and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again present the new, exciting Space Patrol. And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local newspaper for time and channel. And now, a special word to mothers about a clever new idea. A salad that looks like a queen's crown, studded with jewels.
It's peach coronation salad, one of the easiest and thriftiest salads you've ever made. All you need is creamy cottage cheese, bits of maraschino cherries, and canned cream peaches from California.
To make peach coronation salad taste its luscious best, serve with rye crisp. Those crisp, toasty wafers with a wonderful, hearty rye flavor.
For pictures of peach coronation salad, watch newspapers and magazines during the entire month of March. Your grocery is also featuring this colorful salad. Look for coronation salad displays at his store today.
Be sure to serve with rye crisp, the perfect food to make other foods taste even better.
For your figure's sake, make your bread rye crisp all the time. Only 21 calories in a double square. The famous rye crisp reducing pan is printed right on the package. Remember, it's smart to make your bread rye crisp.
Space Patrol comes to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio
Is
Network.
the sweetheart you married the husband you expected him to be? Has the war created new problems for you in your marriage? To answer these and other personal problems brought in by your friends and neighbors, ARID presents John J. Anthony, founder of the famed Marital Relations Institute, in a brand new program of daily sessions of kindly and helpful advice. Just as Mr. Anthony, by examples in this studio, is helping thousands of men and women solve their personal problems, ARID, too, is helping thousands to solve the important personal problem of underarm perspiration. ARID helps you avoid perspiration damage to clothes and safeguards friendships. Use ARID every day. It helps stop perspiration safely, and at the same time, ARID is a most effective deodorant.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Roastin' present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, we find Buzz and Happy in a relay communication station in space at the mercy of Jim Colmar, who's in league with a strange alien power. Using some mysterious crystals, Colmar is forcing Buzz and Happy to obey him against their will.
Follow me into the generator room.
Commander, the crystals are getting brighter. That's all I can see or think about. Just the crystals.
Try to look away, Happy. Fight it. Keep walking up to the generator. Closer. Closer.
Fight it, Happy.
Touch the connections. Reach out your hand.
Happy, don't touch it. I can't hold back.
You've got to. If you touch it, you're finished.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The Seed Crystals of Zeldabrand. This is Space Patroller Dick Tufeld, gang, and boy, am I excited. We have a new machine here at Space Patrol headquarters, and it's terrific. It's called the Flavor Meter. It's used for testing the flavor of food. Now, I have a plain, ordinary cereal right here, so let's test it. The better it tastes, the louder it'll ring the bell. All I do is put the cereal in this slot and push the button. Not much flavor there, is there? Suppose we put in some other ordinary cereals. Well, not even a tinkle. Now, here's a couple of super cereals I'd like to test. I'll put them both in. Wow, that did it. Those cereals really ring the bell for flavor, you bet. They were Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Chex, the cereals with that modern bite-sized design. Chex, the super cereals that helped us supercharge you. Test them yourself, gang, in your own cereal bowl. Believe me, they'll really ring the bell for flavor. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Seed Crystals of Zeldabrand. Swinging in a wide orbit around the planet Saturn is the artificial satellite Com Relay 4, the powerful communications relay center. Serious trouble between two men assigned to duty at the space station has brought Commander Corey and Cadet Happy to investigate. With their ship Terra 5 joined to the airlock of Com Relay 4, Buzz and Happy are now opening the inner lock of the huge disc-shaped relay station. Go ahead, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Welcome aboard, Commander.
Colmar, you look as though you haven't had any sleep for 2 days.
Oh, it's been nearer 3, sir. I've been working both shifts.
Why didn't you report this dispute between Siler and yourself immediately?
I should be able to handle my own assistant. I don't like to yell to the top brass for help.
Where is Siler?
He took a swing at me, so I had to lock him up. He's back here.
All right, let's find out what this is all about. Come on, Happy.
Yes, sir.
He's in here.
All right, Colmar. If you'll wait for us in the control room, Happy and I will have a talk with Siler.
Yes, Commander. I hope you can straighten him out.
All right, Happy, open the door.
Yes, sir.
Well, Siler, let's hear your version of the story.
Didn't Colmar tell you I swung at him?
Yes.
Okay. I assaulted a superior. Why go into it any further?
Close the door, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Siler, I know your record. You've worked these two-man teams for years. I find it hard to believe you suddenly went space-happy and struck Jim Colmar. Now, let's have the whole story.
We got along all right at the beginning, but lately Colmar's been unreasonable. He races his rockets over every little thing.
And you don't feel that you've done anything to antagonize him?
No, sir.
When was the first blow-up?
A couple of days after the meteor hit us.
Meteor?
It was just a little one, about the size of a marble. We patched up the hole in the hull and everything was okay. Then one day I walked into the control room to relieve him a little early. It was a favor, see, and he jumped down my throat.
What did he say to you?
Said he was tired of my sneaking up behind him. He kept his hand clutched around something as though he were afraid I'd steal it. Acted like a spoiled kid.
Was that when you swung at him?
No, it was later. He kept finding fault with everything I did. So I finally blew up. I swung wild, and he connected. I was a little surprised. I didn't think Colmar had it in him.
Now, Siler, you're relieved from duty. I'm taking you back to Terra. But first, I want a written report from Jim Colmar.
Commander, I just put Bob Siler aboard the spaceship for Venus.
Oh, a few weeks in the rest camp at Lake Azure will fix him up all right.
He certainly was grateful to you for not entering that row with Colmar as a black mark on his record.
I'm putting it down as a flare-up of temperament due to confinement and strain. Actually, beginning to think Colmar could do with the rest at Lake Azure, too.
Oh, by the way, sir, the applicant for duty at Com Relay is waiting to see you. His name is Jack Perkins.
All right, Happy. Show him in.
The commander will see you now, Mr. Perkins.
Thanks, Cadet. Good morning, Commander.
Oh, sit down, Perkins.
Thank you, sir.
So you want to be assigned to duty at Saturn Com Relay 4, huh?
That's right.
Do you know who's in charge there?
Sure, Jim Colmar. Best spaceophone engineer in the solar system.
I won't argue with you there. But you had a serious dispute with him about 4 years ago. And he had you court-martialed.
Oh, I had it coming. I've learned a lot since then, Commander. There won't be any more trouble.
You'll be notified of my decision.
Thank you, sir. Believe me, I want this assignment more than I wanted anything before in my life. Well, goodbye, sir. I'll wait until I hear from you.
Oh, no. That's okay. Oh, Commander.
Yes, Robbie?
May I see a minute, sir?
Certainly.
I've been getting more complaints about Saturn Com Relay 4.
Well, what is it now?
Saturn and Neptune channels are weak, but Colmar is feeding a wild beam out into space 40 degrees west of Pluto. He's sending gibberish where there aren't any planets or space lanes.
He's probably groggy from lack of sleep. We've got to get him an assistant right away.
He's put in a request for a specific man. Came through the private channel about an hour ago.
Oh, whom does he want?
Guy who just left here. Jack Perkins.
Well, I'm either putting a lion and a tiger into a cage together, or I'm helping to restore a beautiful friendship.
You mean you're going to okay Perkins' appointment?
We need a man out there quickly, and I feel we should send a man of Colmar's choice.
Yes, sir.
See that Jack Perkins gets on the next Space Patrol transport to Saturn.
Thanks for asking for me, Colmar. Strange, isn't it? Am I getting a hunch to apply for the assignment just at this time?
Oh, it may not be as strange as you think, Jack. We'll get along fine, I'm sure of that.
Sure we will. There I was, wasting my time on Mars, when all of a sudden I thought of you.
Here's the control room.
Wow. Say, you sure got this thing fixed up. Where'd you promote all this extra equipment?
I'll tell you someday. For the time being, let's just say this isn't standard for a com relay station of this size.
I'll say not. Jim, you've got something in this room. Something strange and magnetic. Something behind the amplifier. I knew it. The crystal.
Yes. You have one too, haven't you?
Yes, I've got it with me, but yours is a much larger crystal. Where'd you get it?
It crashed through the hull of a station a few weeks ago. For a time being, I was afraid my assistant would examine it. I told him it was a meteorite, and he seemed satisfied.
Well, this one fell at my feet when I was hiking across a plain on Mars.
Mysterious, isn't it?
Yeah. It even seems to be trying to tell me something. To tell me where it's from. From a world far away. Beyond the solar system.
Aldebaran, perhaps?
Yes, Aldebaran. What does it mean, Jim?
It means we have been selected from all the people of the solar system to guide the invaders, the liberators from Zaldabran.
I don't quite understand.
You will. Probably millions of these crystals were fired out into space, in all directions from Zaldabran, just on the chance that one or two might come to rest on an inhabited planet.
But, Jim, are the crystals alive?
No, not in the usual sense, but they vibrate in sympathy with the life force of the men of Zaldabran. That's how they communicate with us, project the thoughts of these men.
You've learned all this from the crystal?
Yes, and we must keep these crystals a secret from everyone. Those are the orders.
Yes, I know.
All who have the crystal will be brought together, as we were. Only by working in secret can we guide our masters here, the conquerors from Zaldabran. Come, we got work to do.
Commander.
Oh, yes, Robbie?
Something's got to be done about Com Relay 4.
Isn't that mess straightened out yet?
Oh, it's improved a little since Perkins arrived, but our message center is still 4 hours behind schedule in clearing communications to Pluto.
Due to Com Relay 4, Major?
Yeah. Pluto reports signal strength is weak from Relay Center. We've run the code tape through twice.
Have Colmar or Perkins given any explanation?
None that makes any sense.
Well, I'll get some sense out of them. Robbie, beam all outer planet spaceophone signals through Jupiter Com Relay 3.
Right, sir.
Happy and I are blasting off for Com Relay 4 to find out what Perkins and Colmar are doing.
The crystals are gleaming brighter, Colmar.
Yes. I'm using their pulsations to modulate a spaceophone signal.
It's amazing that a crystal can absorb the thoughts and feelings of a human being and then emit those vibrations to make us understand.
Yes. If the crystals hadn't sensed that we were friendly, they probably would have remained cold lumps of mineral.
They know their friends, these crystals.
And they know their enemies. Look, their light is fading. The crystals are warning us. Quick, disconnect them from the modulator while I check the spaceophone.
Right, Colmar.
Someone must be coming. And just when I felt that we were about to contact Zaldabran. Look, there on the view scope.
A spaceship?
Yes, a Space Patrol battle cruiser, Terra 5. It's Commander Corey, and he's heading right for the station.
Those messages. We should have diverted more power to the regular signals instead of pouring it all towards Zaldabran. Corey may be suspicious.
The crystal will protect us. We'll let Corey aboard the space station, if that's what he wants. But hold on to your crystal. Let it guide you. And whatever the crystal tells you, obey. They're in the airlock. Hold your crystal firmly. And don't be afraid. We'll get out of this.
I'm not afraid, Colmar.
Well, I hardly expected you back so soon, Commander.
Hello, Colmar. Well, I'm surprised to see you looking so well.
I feel much better since Siler left and Perkins is here.
Well, that's fine. But what about your relay transmitters? Pluto can barely pick you up. You've got a beam 40 degrees west of Pluto that nearly burned out our meters.
Yeah, we tested it when we came in.
I want an explanation, Colmar.
Very well. We are diverting the power of the space relay station to more important matters.
What's more important than your duty, relaying official messages?
I'm afraid you'll never know. Come with me, Commander.
You're a little confused, aren't you? You take orders from me, remember?
I said come with me. Follow me.
They must be space happy, Commander. And what are those little bottles they're holding?
Colmar, Perkins, what's in those bottles?
They are crystals. Crystals from another universe. Now come. Come, Commander.
Commander, something funny is happening. I can't take my eyes off those crystals.
Follow me into the generator room.
Happy, try to look away. They've got our reactions controlled somehow.
The crystals are getting brighter. That's about all I can see.
Walk up to the generator. Touch the connections. Then you will know what we are doing with all the power.
Happy, don't touch it.
I can't hold back.
Reach out your hands. It is not I, but our masters of Zaldabran who command you. Reach out your hands. Take the power connections in your hands.
We'll be back with Space Patrol in just a moment. But first,
This is Commander Corey,
and Captain Dick Tufeld,
reminding you that pulling up to your breakfast table
is like pulling up to a filling station.
Give them our example, Dick.
Right. A jet cycle has just pulled into a filling station to get its tank filled.
The man has it filled with ordinary fuel. Listen. Not much go in that jet cycle, is there?
But now listen to that same jet cycle filled with super fuel. Man, that cycle's roaring like a rocket now because it's supercharged with super fuel.
Same thing is true of you, gang. To get going in the morning, you need super fuel, too.
So get supercharged the way Buzz Corey and all us space patrollers do.
Eat a power breakfast with Instant Ralston, the hot super cereal made of rich whole wheat.
Instant Ralston helps you to think fast.
And act fast.
So remember, gang, when you pull up to your breakfast table, it's just like pulling up to a filling station. You're there for fuel.
Super fuel, so you can get supercharged. Take a tip. Eat a power breakfast with Instant Ralston and get supercharged. Get it today in the red and white checkerboard package. Good hot Ralston.
And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, the seed crystals of Zaldabrand. 2 mysterious crystals have found their way into the solar system from outer space. One crashed through the hull of a communications relay station in the Saturn orbit. The other landed on a Martian plane. Discovered millions of miles apart by 2 men who once were enemies, the crystals have brought the 2 men together in the space station, united in a weird project. Buzz and Happy, investigating failure of the relay station to operate properly, are under the strange power of the crystals. And the 2 space patrolmen seem powerless to resist their orders.
One more step, Cadet.
Fight it off, Happy.
I'm trying, sir. Follow the crystal. Reach out your hand and feel the surge of power you never felt before. You can leave this universe in a blinding blue-green flash of glory. Another inch, Cadet.
No, Happy. No!
My crystal!
And there's yours, Perkins. Now get away from the generator, Happy, quickly.
All right, Commander. Get your hands up. Don't reach for your ray gun.
Don't try anything, Cadet.
Good work, Perkins. Watch him. Don't let him get up.
Right. Colmar, where did those crystals come from?
From Zaldabrand. And they're the guiding force that will bring the United Planets conquerors here from the planets of our masters.
Colmar, you've been out in space too long. You almost had us touching those generators. But put up that gun. I'll see that you get medical attention, and I won't bring any charges against you.
That's mighty big of you, Commander.
Look what happened to the crystals. When the containers broke, the crystals faded. They're just like ordinary lumps of quartz. Corey, I ought to fix you good.
Hold on, Perkins. Let's wait and see what the crystals say. They may have other orders. Lock Corey and the cadet in the empty compartment. We'll try to revive the crystals.
Commander, how are we going to get out of here? Colmar and Perkins are completely out of their minds.
Come here.
Yes, sir.
Put your ear close to this ventilator. Listen to them.
The crystals are beginning to glow again.
Yeah. They revived quickly in the fresh solution.
They're in a compartment at the other end of this vent.
They said the crystals are giving off light again.
Just listen.
In a few hours, we can put them back in the modulator.
This time, maybe we can get through to Zaldabrand.
I think the beam is weakened by the cosmic ray from the sun. If we could take this relay station out beyond the Pluto orbit...
Oh, but how can we do that?
There is one other person in the solar system who has found one of the crystals. He has helped me already by bringing me equipment I needed.
Who is he?
A very wealthy man on Terra, Zoltan Cephalou. If he comes here with a powerful spaceship, we could quickly accelerate the relay station out beyond the Pluto orbit.
Come away from the vent, Happy.
Yes, sir.
It sounds crazy, but those crystals just might be a contact from some other system.
Well, at any rate, I've never seen crystals behaving like that before.
Whether or not they're from another universe, they're dangerous in the hands of Colmar and Perkins. Have you got your miniature spaceophone?
Yes, sir.
Good. We'll try to reach Major Robertson and have him pick up Zoltan Cephalou. If Colmar tries to contact Cephalou, we'll at least have evidence of a conspiracy.
The crystals have revived enough to handle Corey and the cadet.
And this time, we'll be more careful.
Unlock the door. Wait. Listen.
That's right, Robbie. Hold Cephalou.
If he's got a peculiar crystal that gives out a violet light, take that too. Corey out.
They got a spaceophone in there, a miniature.
Quickly.
All right, Corey. We'll just take that little spaceophone.
Spaceophone? What spaceophone?
Come on, hand it over. You'll get a worse clout than you did before.
All right. Here you are.
I'll fix this little device. There. Now let's see you contact anybody. Soon we will be carrying out the will of our masters, the rulers of Zaldabren.
You really believe that stuff, don't you?
If you were fortunate enough to sense the vibration of the crystals, you would believe it too.
Colmar and I know things you'll never know. About a superior race of men, far out among the stars.
Yes. These crystals are seeds they have scattered throughout space. When they find fertile ground and receptive life, they bloom and glow.
With our spaceophone equipment, we can transmit their pulsations back to Zaldabren. Then our masters will know they can come here to a new home.
Commander, what do you think?
It makes no difference what the commander thinks. He's going to help us.
Huh? How?
We got to move the space station before someone investigates. The commander's ship is connected to our airlock. We'll have him move Com Relay 4 to a better location. Now let's lock these two in here until we get our crystals. This time there must be no slip-up.
What are we going to do, sir?
They're going to try to put us under the power of those crystals. If the crystals don't work, Colmar and Perkins still have our weapons. But if they think we're under the spell of the crystals, we may be able to catch them off guard after we're in the ship. Don't look directly at the crystals. And keep your eyes partly closed.
Yes, sir.
And pretend to be resisting with all your might.
Come on. Follow the crystal into your ship. After me. That's it.
Try to stall them, Happy. Hold back.
I can't. My feet keep moving in spite of all I do.
Come on. Don't fight it. It's no use.
That's it. Now close the inner hatch. Take your usual position at the control panel. Quickly now. Now watch the crystals and listen. You will start this ship gently at first so as not to pull away from the relay station. Is that clear?
Yes.
Now go ahead. Your usual procedure.
Just a minute, Commander. That's the spaceophone you just turned on.
Major Robertson,
Don't try to apprehend him.
If I could only move my hand.
Look at him. He's straining every muscle to turn on the microphone.
Major Robertson to Commander Corey. I've tried to reach you for 20 minutes. Here's the message in case you can't acknowledge. Zoltan Cephalou has been captured.
Oh.
Cephalou had us completely in his power until I found the crystal. Then we grabbed Cephalou without any trouble. Repeat, Major Robertson.
Turn that off. We got to get away from here quickly. Corey, start the ship.
Stand by to fire rockets. Half G acceleration. Standing by, sir. 1/2 G. Fire rockets.
Perkins, is the space station holding to the ship?
Seems to be, from what I can tell through the viewport.
Corey, increase our velocity gradually. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Set a course 40 degrees west of Pluto.
40 degrees west of Pluto.
That's it.
They're like automatons. Look at them.
They're completely under the power of the crystals. It'll take us several hours to get beyond Pluto's orbit, but by then we should be able to send signals to Zaldabren.
Then what about Corey and the cadet?
Their usefulness will be over. We will dispose of them.
How'll we get back?
Don't worry about that. There are supplies for weeks in the space station. We will calmly await the arrival of our masters from Zaldabren.
Correct course, 1.5 degrees west.
1.5 degrees west.
3 degrees high.
3 degrees high.
Happy, are you under control?
Under control, Commander.
When I give the word, move quickly, rush them. As steady as you go.
Yes, sir.
Now, get back to your control.
Give me that crystal, Colmar. Let go of that crystal, Perkins. I've got one of them, Commander.
Here's Colmar's. Hold it. All right, Colmar, stand back. I've got this ray gun on you.
Corey, you fool.
You've only temporarily broken the power of the crystal. Give them back.
You know, that's an idea. We will give them back, but not to you. We'll fire those crystals out of the ship. That's the only way to break their control. Happy, quickly. Open the breech to the cosmic torpedo gun.
Right. Breech open, sir.
Put them in and close it. All right, Happy. Fire the torpedo.
You shot the crystals out into space.
Yes. Out towards Aldebaran. Or wherever they came from.
Hey, I feel different now. I can move my hands easily.
Colmar, what happened?
Commander Corey and the cadet shot the crystals out into space.
Yes, out where they'll never be found. At least by anybody in the solar system.
Thank goodness. That's wonderful.
Well, what are you so happy about, Colmar? I thought you wanted the crystals.
They had some terrible power over me. Now it's broken. I'm free again.
So am I. Commander, if you hadn't fought us, Colmar and I would have brought something horrible into the solar system. I don't know just what, but it wouldn't have been good.
Hap, I'll space upon Robbie and give orders to blast that third crystal out of the solar system.
Commander, Perkins and I are traitors, and we deserve whatever's coming to us. But I'm glad it's over.
A brainograph test will show whether you were acting under the influence of the crystals or your own free will.
Well, I'm glad it's over. And I've got something to settle with you, Colmar.
Oh, you have?
Yeah. I'm going to punch you in the jaw for getting me court-martialed 4 years ago.
I'd like to see you try.
No,
Hey, wait, break it up. Break it up. Now, let's not have any more of that.
Hey, Commander, it was the crystals. See? See, with the crystals gone, they're enemies again.
And so, once again, Commander Corey's quick thinking and daring have prevented a disaster on the United Planets. But even now, events are taking place that may mean more danger for Commander Corey. And now, an exciting preview of next week's Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy have landed on a small planetoid. At this moment, wearing their spacesuits, they're approaching the airlock of a prospector's cave, where a criminal is believed to be hiding.
Have your ray gun ready, Hap. I'll see if I can open the airlock. Right, Commander. Hey, where did that come from? Someone's firing at us. That one came from the other direction. The airlock won't open. We have no protection. Whoever's controlling those weapons can just keep firing till they get us.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Magic Space Pictures, when Wheat Checks, Rice Checks, and Good Hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Bela Kovac, Ken Mayer, and Norman Jolly. Dick Tupel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Checks, Rice Checks, and Good Hot Ralston again present the new, exciting Space Patrol! And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. And now, a word to mothers about the salad of the year.
Peach coronation salad. A brand new idea inspired by the crowning of England's lovely new queen. A salad that looks like a queen's crown, studded with jewels.
But the kind of a salad a man can go for. It's made with creamy cottage cheese and luscious canned cling peaches from California.
Give your peach coronation salad that perfect touch. Serve with delicious rye crisp, those toasty wafers with a hearty rye flavor.
Boy, what a way Rye Crisp has of making other foods taste their best.
You will see the coronation salad featured in magazines and newspapers, and in special displays at your grocer's all during the month of March.
And when you serve this colorful new salad, be sure to serve it with delicious Rye Crisp.
For your figure's sake, make Rye Crisp your bread all the time. Only 21 calories in a double square.
No waiting for the famous Rye Crisp reducing plan when you buy Rye Crisp. It's printed right on the package.
Remember, it's smart to make your bread Rye Crisp.
Space Patrol comes to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
I say, Wilcox, you're keeping me in suspense.
No, but not for long, Remingchester, old man. I'll tell you here and now, you just can't find anything, man, beast, or battery, to beat the liquid reserve of a genuine Autolite Stay Full battery.
That's a powerful statement, Wilcox.
That's a powerful battery, Remingchester. Needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Extraordinary. Well, I must be on my way if I'm to find a more capacious camel. After all, life is short.
Not the life of the Autolite Stay Full battery. With fiberglass retaining mats at every positive plate, Autolite Stay Full batteries give 70% longer average life than batteries without the Stay Full features. That's based on recent tests conducted according to SAE life cycle standards. See your Autolite dealer soon, friends, because you're always right with Autolite.
Our next broadcast was an American media franchise created by Robert Arthur and David Kogan. The radio anthology series debuted in 1943 and ran until 1952. The concept was later adapted to magazine and comic book format. We present to you The Mysterious Traveler, right here on HOJO Radio.
The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back and get a good grip on your nerves. If you can. Where are we going? Why, today we're going to accompany Mr. Harvey Benson through a fateful 24 hours of his life in a story I call No One on the Line. Our visit with Harvey Benson begins on a Wednesday evening in summer. Harvey, a self-made businessman, is smoking a cigar and reading the paper, while his wife, Linda, reads a book. It's really quite a picture of peaceful domesticity.
Well, that's that. Nothing much in the paper tonight, dear.
Too bad your poker game tonight fell through, darling. I know how you look forward to Wednesday evening.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Good book you're reading?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's very exciting. It's a new murder mystery everybody's talking about.
I would have guessed it was rather dull from the way you've been looking at the same page for 10 minutes now.
Oh, was I? I must have been wool gathering.
Well, I guess I'll go... Oh, the phone. I'll get it, Linda.
No, sit still, Harvey. You're tired. I'll answer.
No, I insist, my dear. Hello. 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 That's funny. No one on the line.
Well, how strange. Maybe the phone's out of order.
No, I heard the click as someone hung up when I answered. Oh, but it's not worth wondering about. It's getting late. What do you say we turn in?
And now we join Harvey again at breakfast the following morning. It's getting late, but Harvey lingers over his coffee as if he had the whole day ahead of him.
Good coffee, this. Pour me some more, will you, darling?
Of course, Harvey. But, shouldn't you be leaving for your office, dear?
Oh, there's plenty of time.
But it's almost 9:30.
You seem very anxious to get me to the office, Linda. You're not trying to get rid of me by any chance.
Oh, well, of course not. But you said you had an important appointment this morning, and I just thought...
but the fellow will wait. Mighty good coffee, this.
Harvey, is there anything wrong?
Anything wrong?
Yes. You seemed a little odd the last day or two, and this morning...
And what's the matter with me this morning?
Oh, I don't know that anything is, but you do seem a little strange.
Strange? In what way, Linda, my dear?
Oh, I'm sorry if I've said anything to annoy you, but... Oh, I'll answer it.
Still, Linda, I'll answer it.
But, Harvey, it's probably...
I said I'll answer it. Maybe a call I've been expecting.
All right, Harvey.
Hello? 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 Strange, there's no one on the line. Same thing that happened last night.
Well, how peculiar. Oh, but that phone must be out of order.
Yes, I suppose so. Yet I could swear I heard someone hang up when I answered.
Oh, you must have been mistaken, darling.
I suppose so. You better give the company a ring, Linda.
Yes, I will, Harvey, right away.
Good. And now I do have to be going. See you tonight, darling.
So now we accompany Harvey Benson to his office. Because we're spending one complete day with him, remember? His office is large and luxurious, reflecting the success Harvey Benson has achieved in the world by hard work and constant vigilance. Once arrived there, Harvey plunges into his work, until shortly before noon, the sound of the inter-office phone arouses him.
Excuse me, Mr. Benson.
Oh, yes, Miss Johnson?
Mr. Mungo is here to see you. Shall I send him in?
No, ask him to wait. I'd like to see you for a moment first, Miss Johnson.
Certainly, Mr. Benson. I'll be right in. Yes, Mr. Benson?
Sit down, please, Miss Johnson.
Yes, sir. I've brought my book.
You won't need it. I just want to chat with you for a moment.
I don't understand, Mr. Benson.
I just want to talk to you, that's all. I don't believe you and I have ever talked before as person to person, have we?
No, sir, we haven't.
And you've been with me 7 years, isn't it?
7 years next month.
7 years, and we've never talked as equals. But then, I've never needed advice before. You've noticed that I never ask advice, I suppose.
Well, yes, I have, Mr. Benson.
Make your own decision and act upon it, is my motto. And yet, now I'm going to ask your advice as a woman, not as a secretary.
Well, I'll try to be helpful if I can.
Good. Now then, picture for yourself a woman who has always been very practical and, well, let's say rather cold. Suddenly this woman becomes dreamy and absent-minded. She stands for minutes at the window, looking at nothing. You speak to her. She doesn't hear you. What would you deduce from that?
Why, I'd say she was in love.
Excellent. Now, suppose this woman is married. Suppose on several occasions when her husband is in the room... You're following me, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Suppose on these occasions the phone rings and this married woman answers. And each time she tells the party calling he has a wrong number. What then?
Why, I suppose that could happen.
But now, Miss Johnson, suppose on several occasions the husband answers and the party at the other end hangs up without speaking.
Why, it sounds like someone trying to call the wife without her husband's knowing about it.
Exactly. I felt sure I couldn't be wrong. But it's helpful to have your opinion and back me up. Thank you very much, Miss Johnson.
Why, not at all, Mr. Benson.
And now, please send in Mr. Mungo.
Yes, sir, right away. Mr. Benson will see you now.
Okay, sister. Good morning, Mr. Benson.
Come in, Mungo, and close the door.
Sure, Mr. Benson.
Sit down.
Yeah, sure.
You have the information for me?
Everything's right here in my report.
Good, let's have it.
I checked thoroughly on the 4 names you suggested.
And which one was she meeting?
I only witnessed one meeting, Mr. Benson. The other time she gave me the slip.
Then you don't know your business.
Well, what she did was go to Duke and Baker's department store, take a dress into one of the fitting rooms, and then leave by another door. I couldn't very well follow her there.
You should have managed it somehow. Never mind that. What did you learn?
I'll give you the general report first before mentioning names.
All right, do so, but don't dawdle about it.
Yes, Mr. Benson. As you'll see, I've called the 4 individuals you suggested parties A, B, C, and D.
Yes.
Now, party B, Mrs. Benson knew before her marriage, but I found no evidence they have ever communicated since.
Yes, go on.
Parties C and D she also knew before she became Mrs. Benson, and from time to time she's seen both of them since. But those meetings appear to have been accidental.
Maybe so. Get on with it.
But Party A, the architect one, I traced him back to Atlanta. That's his hometown.
Yeah? She comes from Atlanta, too.
Yes, sir. They went to high school together. Were sweet on each other for a year or two. He used to keep her picture in his room.
Oh, he did he?
Yeah. And since he reached New York 3 months ago, he's phoned her 4 or 5 times, according to the switchboard operator at his apartment house.
Yes, of course. I remember how excited she was when they met at the Jennings dance 2 months ago.
And 3 days ago, get this, when Mrs. Benson was downtown shopping, she dropped into Rass for lunch and she ran into him there.
No doubt it was a planned meeting.
It was very cleverly done. Then they sat for 2 hours talking, and, well, that meeting was no accident.
No, of course it wasn't. Donald Arkwright. Yes, I was sure of it.
Yes, sir. But if you want me to keep on following
No. It's time for more decisive steps.
I don't understand.
You're not supposed to. But if you knew me better, you'd know that the moment my mind is made up, I act.
I see, Mr. Benson.
And I propose to act now. So send me your bill and forget the whole affair.
Very good, Mr. Benson. I'll forget the whole affair. I'm very good at that. Good day, Mr. Benson.
Goodbye.
Hello, Donald Arkwright speaking.
Oh, hello, Arkwright. This is Harvey Benson. You remember me, Linda's husband?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Benson. How are you?
Fine, thanks. I'm calling because I need an architect.
Oh, and you wanted me
Yes,
to...
I'm going to put up a summer place out on Long Island, and I wanted you to draw the plan.
Well, that's great, Mr. Benson. Now, what kind of site have you?
I'll do better than tell you. I'll show it to you. That is, if you're free to drive out with me this morning.
Well, I do have an appointment.
Cancel it. This will be well worth your while, I assure you.
Well, all right, I will, Mr. Benson.
Good. Then I'll pick you up in my car. Say about 45 minutes.
All right, that'll be fine. I'll be looking for you.
Good. I'll see you shortly then. We'll have lunch on the way. Miss Johnson.
Yes, Mr. Benson?
I'm leaving for the day. Cancel any appointments I may have.
Now Harvey Benson leaves his office, and we follow him to the garage where he keeps his cars.
Well, Joe, you have my car ready?
I got it right here, Mr. Benson. But look, don't you want to take the new coupe?
No, I said I wanted the sedan.
Yeah, sure, but since that little accident Mrs. Benson had, the sedan ain't in too good a shape.
It'll do for today.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is it ain't safe.
I'm not worried. You put in plenty of gas?
Yep. 5 gallons, Mr. Benson. But look now, don't take no chances with them brakes. They don't hold worth a cent.
I'm aware of that.
And that right-hand door, it sticks something terrible.
What of it? What do you care?
Oh, I just thought
Well,
I'd tell
don't.
you. Golly, he's certainly in a hurry. With them brakes the way they are, he'll kill somebody if he ain't careful.
At 87th Street, Harvey Benson picks up his passenger, Donald Arkwright. And several hours later, they are far out in a lonely section of Long Island.
Just a quarter of a mile more, Arkwright. Up ahead on top of those cliffs. That's where my lots are.
I surely appreciate your asking me to prepare the plans, Mr. Benson.
Linda suggested you for the job. Said you were a first-rate architect.
Well, that's swell of her. I wasn't even sure she'd remember me.
Oh, she remembers you very well. I could see how happy she was to meet you at the Jennings party.
Yeah, I was tickled that she recognized me. After all, it's 6 years since we last met.
Well, why shouldn't she recognize you? After all, you were sweethearts, weren't you?
Well, I suppose you could have called us that. We did have some good times together. Riding, hiking, and dancing.
Well, it's plain she still thinks a lot of you. Now, there's the site. Right up ahead.
Oh, yes. Smack on the edge of the cliff, huh? Well, you'll have a nice view all the way across the Sound.
80 feet sheer to the water. Not another house in miles. Look, you can see all the way down to the rocks from the bend in the road here.
Well, those waves sure are kicking up a fuss. A man wouldn't last long down there.
No. No, not long.
But you don't have to worry. I'll build you a house that'll never slide over the edge.
I'm sure you'll never give me any cause to worry. Well, here we are. Have to pull the car a bit off the road, though, to park.
Oh, pretty steep here.
Yes.
I'll have to put in a retaining wall. Terrace the ground, I guess.
There. I got her off the road. We'll leave her here, where we'll have room to turn around when we're ready to start back.
Sure hope you have good brakes. I'd hate to slide over onto those rocks down there.
I'd hate to myself. Oh, want to get out and block the wheels for me?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, door won't open. Seems to be stuck.
That's right, that door does open hard. Never mind, I'll get out on this side and block them.
Well, say, aren't you forgetting to set the brakes?
Not necessary.
But this slope is steep here.
I know what I'm doing.
But look, the car's moving already. It's starting to roll forward.
Yes, it is, isn't it? And it'll keep on rolling.
Mr. Benson? I can't stop your car. The brakes won't hold. Mr. Benson, it's gone over the cliff. It's gone over the cliff!
Harvey stands there, watching the car roll toward the edge, while his passenger struggles frantically to get out. It only has 10 feet to go, 5 feet, and then on the very edge, the wheels twist against a rock, and the car stops. Harvey runs down the slope and reaches the spot just as Donald Arkwright manages at last to scramble out.
Mr. Benson, you did that on purpose.
Yes, Arkwright, I did.
You tried to kill me.
Exactly, I tried to kill you.
But why? You must be crazy.
No, Arkwright, only myself. If you knew me better, you'd know that no one tries to take anything away from me without suffering for it.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. What's mine is mine. And everything that's mine, I keep.
You are crazy. I can see it.
Get away from me. Take your hands off of me. No, Arkwright, you haven't a chance.
Yes. Let me go, I say.
You'll do nothing. In this world, a man has to be strong and ruthless to stay on top. And I'm both.
No, you're pushing me toward the edge. Let me go!
You're going over, do you hear? You're going over!
No!
For a moment, Harvey stands, glaring down at the white-capped waters that have received his victim. Then he turns to the car. A quick twist of the steering wheel, a push, and the car is gone. Then Harvey turns away, back to the road. He walks a mile, 2 miles, 3, until he gets a lift from a driver who takes him to the nearest state police barracks, where State Police Sergeant Thomas hears his story.
Mr. Benson, you say you got out of the car to block the wheels, and the car started rolling forward?
Yes, Sergeant. Arkwright tried to open the door, but it stuck. The car was at the edge by the time he got it open. He jumped. But he was too late.
I see. All right, I have the details straight.
It was horrible, Sergeant. He was my friend. There was nothing I could do to help. Nothing.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Benson. You were quite alone at the time? No witnesses?
No, we were miles from the nearest house. Why do you ask?
Well, because there's a Boy Scout camp about a mile from there, Mr. Benson. I thought some of the boys might have been within sight.
Oh, no. There wasn't anyone in sight.
I see. Well, I guess that's all, Mr. Benson. It's just about dark now, so we probably won't recover the body before tomorrow. I'll notify you the minute we do, so you can identify your friend.
And so, late in the evening, Harvey returns home to find Linda waiting for him anxiously.
Is that you, Harvey?
Yes, my dear, it is.
Well, I waited dinner as long as I could, and then I went ahead and ate. Shall I fix you something now?
No, thank you. I've eaten. Let's sit down, Linda. I'd like to talk to you.
Why, of course, Harvey.
Did you have the phone fixed?
The phone? Oh, no, I called the company, but they said there was nothing wrong with it.
I see. Well, they were quite right. I discovered that the trouble was from another source.
I don't think I understand you, Harvey.
Linda, my dear, do you consider me a fool?
What? Well, of course not.
Don't you suppose that I've known what was going on for some days now?
Just what do you mean, Harvey?
When a woman suddenly takes to mooning around the house, staring out the window, not answering when she's spoken to, the signs are unmistakable.
Are you speaking about me, Harvey?
And when that same woman gets several phone calls while her husband is in the room and each time tells the caller, "I'm afraid you have the wrong number. There's no one here by that name." It would be a very stupid husband indeed who failed to notice.
Yes, I suppose it
But
would.
the crowning touch was those calls when there was no one on the line. One several days ago, one last night, and now one this morning.
But, Harvey,
I answer and there's no one on the line. But who's there when you answer? That's what I want to know, Linda. Well, what have you to say?
There isn't much I can say, Harvey.
Oh, then you admit it. Those calls were from someone I wasn't supposed to know about. Someone you're in love with.
Yes. Someone I'm in love with. Someone I've been trying to bring myself to tell you about.
Someone you've been meeting at Tawdry Rendezvous.
Nothing of the kind. We've met, yes. But they've been perfectly innocent meetings, lunch, and a walk in the park. Nothing worse than that.
You're a fool to expect me to believe that.
Yes, I suppose I am. And yet it's the truth.
Well, it doesn't matter. But may I inquire what your plans are?
I want a divorce, Harvey.
So that you can marry this unknown who telephones you and then hangs up when I answer.
Yes. And I'm sorry that ever happened. It was my fault. I suggested it. You see, I was afraid of you, Harvey.
Afraid? Of me? Of your loving husband?
I was. But I'm not anymore. I only want to be free of you. Free to marry the man I really love.
Very interesting, my dear, but slightly impractical. Do you really think I'd let anyone take you away from me?
I'm afraid you have no choice.
Well, you're wrong. It's you who have no choice. You're penniless, Linda. You have no family, no money, no training. You have only me.
What are you trying to say?
I'm just leading up to a story I have to tell you, Linda. A very tragic story which occurred only this afternoon.
And so Harvey tells Linda the story of the afternoon's events. Well, not the true story, of course, but she guesses the truth as he speaks and recoils in horror when he is finished.
Oh, you've killed him. You deliberately murdered him.
Nonsense. It was a tragic accident. The police have already exonerated
You
me.
killed him? Oh, no. No, I don't believe you. You're just trying to torture me.
You know me better than that. You know that what I have I keep at any cost.
Then you did kill him. You're a murderer.
Don't be hysterical, my dear. I shall be forced to discipline you.
I'm going to the police. I'm going to tell them the truth.
Linda, come back here.
No, you can't stop
Linda,
me.
come back. Come back, I say.
Linda is gone before Harvey can get to the door. Harvey pauses, irresolute. Then he shrugs, turns back, sits down, lights a cigar.
Good cigar. I must remember to order another box.
And so, Linda, you've rushed off to the police. In your heart of hearts, you hope that I'm lying. Your first move will be to rush to a telephone. You'll put a nickel and dial with trembling fingers. You'll hear the phone at the other end ring. And with beating heart, you'll wait, hoping against hope that Donald Arkwright will answer. But he won't. And then you'll know I've told the truth. Then, will you come back first, or will you go on to the police? I rather think you'll go to the police, for you are excited just now. And you'll return with a detective or two. I shall have to explain to them, tell them of your hysterical spells. Then you and I will be left alone. And in a day or two, I think we'll leave on a little trip. Yes, up to my hunting lodge, where we can be alone there. And we'll get to know each other well again. Very well. And in the future... the bell. So you're back already, Linda. I guessed wrong. Just a moment, my dear. I'm coming.
Harvey crosses to the door, opens it, and recoils in surprise.
Good evening, Mr. Benson.
Well, if it isn't Sergeant Thomas. And I see my wife is with you.
Yes, we met in the lobby. She came back up with me. I'd like to come in.
Why, of course.
After you, Mrs. Benson. These other men will wait out here.
Thank you, Sergeant.
And now do sit down, Linda. And you too, Sergeant. Oh, cigar.
No, thanks. We might as well waste no time, Mr. Benson. We've recovered your friend's body.
Already? But surely you didn't come here to tell me that.
They know you killed him, Harvey. They know.
Please, Linda. You must forgive my wife, Sergeant. She's overwrought. I suppose she's been babbling some nonsense or other to you?
She told me a story. I don't think it's nonsense.
Of course it is. She's hysterical.
But there were witnesses, Harvey. There were witnesses.
What? That's absurd. There was no one within miles.
Except a camp of Boy Scouts. 4 of them with a scoutmaster were lying in the grass half a mile away when you drove up. They were watching for birds with field glasses.
You're lying.
And with natural curiosity, they turned their glasses on you. They saw your struggle on the cliff.
No, you're lying.
They went to another police barracks to report, or I'd have been here sooner. Here are copies of the affidavits they signed.
Affidavits?
Yeah. Look them over.
Affidavits. 5 of them. Yes, they seem to be in order. So there were witnesses. I dare say their evidence is unshakable.
You haven't a chance, Benson. Well, those men outside are city detectives. Are you going to come quietly?
Yes. Why not? What else is there to do?
You're caught, Harvey, and I'm glad. Glad.
Yes, I'm caught. But precious little good that'll do you, Linda, because he's dead. Do you hear? Donald Arkwright is dead.
Donald Arkwright?
Yes. You wonder how I knew it was he, don't you? Well, I hired a private detective.
Oh.
And he discovered that Arkwright had been phoning you, that you'd been slipping away to meet him. He managed to follow you to one of those innocent luncheons.
That luncheon? But that meeting was an accident.
A very clever accident, but not clever enough to save Arkwright, because he's dead, do you hear? And no matter what happens to me, I've beaten you.
You're insane. You always have been with your lust for power, and I never guessed it till now.
Fine words. But they won't change the fact that your beloved is dead and that I've taken him from you.
You killed Donald Arkwright because you thought I was in love with him. You've killed the wrong man.
No, I didn't. It was Arkwright. I know it.
Oh, no. Don Arkwright was just an old friend. The man I love is someone you've never met, whose name I see now you don't even know.
I don't believe you.
You've committed murder and you've been caught, and all for nothing.
No.
And that knowledge is worse to you than any punishment the law can inflict.
You're lying. It was Arkwright who phoned and hung up when I answered. I tell you it was. It couldn't have been anybody else. No.
Better answer it, Mrs. Benson.
No, I'll answer it. Hello? Hello? Hello!
This is the mysterious traveler again. Well, that was rather a hectic 24 hours for Harvey Benson, wasn't it? He shouldn't have been quite so sure of himself. It never pays. Those phone calls now. If you get any calls and find there's no one on the line, don't be quite as hasty as he was. You might get into a bad jam. I know someone else who didn't wait to make sure of his facts, and he... Oh, you're getting off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Ted Osborne, Mary Jane Higby, Jack Manning, and James Van Dyke. Original music was played by Doc Whipple. The Mysterious Traveler is written and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week over most of these mutual stations to a tale titled
Death Whispers Softly.
Another tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by the Mutual Network from our New York studios. Russ Dunbar speaking. What could have been in the little black box that led intelligence men, Nazi agents, and Mike Waring, the Falcon, on a chase of mystery and intrigue over 2 continents? You'll learn the answer when you hear Death Comes in Boxes, this Tuesday night's mystery on The Adventures of the Falcon. Tune in Tuesday for The Falcon. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'd like to say a few words about health. Over 50% of all family colds can be traced to uneven heat or overheating in the home. So protect your family's health by burning blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Then you will be sure of steady, lasting, healthful heat at less cost. The next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal by name. You don't have to get a full supply. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back and get a good grip on your nerves, if you can. Where are we going? We're going to call on Edward Farrington and his 3 sisters, a little family of 4 who love each other devotedly, and whose story I call The Symphony of Death. Edward Farrington and his sisters live by themselves in a large, gloomy old house on the outskirts of Boston. It is evening, and Edward is on his way home when his attention is attracted by a small establishment which is advertising a closeout sale. An economical and foresighted man, Edward stops his car and enters the dimly lighted shop.
Good evening, sir.
May I serve you?
I'm not sure. I saw your sign, and it occurred to me that by purchasing now something I'm sure to need sooner or later, I might save a substantial sum.
You are very foresighted, sir. Now, here is a design I can recommend unreservedly. A simple white column, yet cut from the finest Carrara marble.
I see.
The angel on top is of a single piece with the shaft. It can never be dislodged or separated. In every inch, in every line, it expresses dignified grief.
Yes, I agree with you, but I'm afraid it's too expensive. What are these stones here in the corner?
These? They are our simplest designs. Polished granite cubes with just enough room for the name and the date. They are excellent memorials, but I am sure in the long run you will get greater satisfaction from something more appealing to the eye.
No, I think these will do excellently. Yes, they're just what I had in mind. I'm particularly pleased by the fact that they're all alike.
I see. You wish all 4 of them, then?
No, not 4, just 3. 3 will quite prepare me for all eventualities. Will you be able to store them for me until they're needed?
Yes, we can store them at our main warehouse, if you wish.
Excellent. I suppose I might as well give you the inscriptions to be carved on them while I'm here. You can leave room for the dates to be added.
Of course, sir.
Then if you'll just take this down. In loving memory of Florence, sister of Edward Farrington.
Yes, sir.
In loving memory of Martha, sister of Edward Farrington. In loving memory of Emily, sister of Edward Farrington.
Edward, is that you?
Yes, Emily.
Oh, you're all wet.
Yes, it's beginning to rain.
Let me help you with your coat, Edward. I'll hang it up for you.
Now, Emily, please don't fuss over me this way. It makes me nervous to be pawed at.
But I just want to help you with your coat.
I can hang it up by myself.
Emily, is that Edward? Oh, Edward, you're late. We were worried about you.
I'm here, and I'm perfectly all right, Florence, as you can see. Now, is dinner ready?
Oh, yes, Edward. Martha has everything ready. Martha, Edward's home.
What? Oh, it's you, Edward. Well, we were worried about you.
Martha, I've told you not to worry if I'm a few minutes late.
Well, I suppose we just can't help it, Edward. Now we'll eat. And perhaps after dinner you will play the piano for us.
Oh, will you, Edward?
Please, say yes.
Please, Edward.
Well, we'll see. I really should work on my symphony tonight, but perhaps I can play for a few minutes after dinner.
And so, after dinner, Edward played for his sisters on the great piano in the library. Emily and Florence crowded close to him as he played, and Martha, busy with her knitting, sat and watched them with fond gaze.
Oh, that was lovely, Edward. Please play some more.
Yes, something we can sing.
Well, all right, just one more, and that's all. It's just thunder. You mustn't jump like that. It can't hurt you.
I know, but I can't help it.
I like thunderstorms. I like to watch the lightning. I think that's enough for tonight. Now off to bed, both of you.
All right. Good night, Edward.
Good night, Edward.
Good night, Emily, Florence.
Well, I suppose I might as well go to bed myself.
No, Martha, don't go yet. I want to talk to you.
To me?
Yes.
What about Edward?
How old are you?
How old? I'm 35. Oh, no, why be silly about it? I'm 37.
You ought to get married. You still could, and you owe it to yourself.
I shall never marry Edward. I promised Father that I'd look after things and keep the four of us together as long as we live. And I will.
As long as we live. But perhaps we'd be better off if we weren't together.
You can't mean that.
But I do. I need solitude in which to finish my book and my symphony. It's very distracting, you know, to have the three of you constantly hovering about me.
You're just feeling blue tonight. You wouldn't be happy without us any more than we would be without you. No, we'll all be together, the four of us, as long as we all live. Well, now I'm going to bed. Good night, Edward, dear.
Good night, Martha. We'll all be together, the four of us, as long as we live. As long as we all live. In the morning, it was still raining. After breakfast, Edward shut himself in the library to continue work on his symphony.
Doesn't Edward play well, Emily?
Edward's a wonderful player. Let's listen a minute before we go upstairs.
Do you think he'd really mind if we went in?
if we just sat very quiet?
I don't think so. We'll be very quiet.
Who's there? Oh, it's you two.
We're sorry, Edward. We didn't mean to disturb you.
We'll go right away.
No, you don't have to go.
You mean we can stay, Edward?
For a minute. I'm going to stop for a smoke.
I'll bring you the cigarettes. Oh, the cigar box is empty.
Empty? Why, I was positive I had plenty of cigarettes. That's why I didn't buy any yesterday.
You did have a lot yesterday. I saw them.
Well, they're gone now. And I suppose I'll have to drive down the hill to the drugstore and get some more. And that will mean I'll get nothing done this morning, nothing whatever. I wish I had someone I could send for them.
Edward, let me go for you.
In this rain? Why, you'd get soaking wet, Florence.
Well, I could take the car.
Take the car in weather like this?
But I'm a good driver, Edward. You once said so yourself. And I have a driver's license. You know I have. You helped me get it.
Yes, that's true.
Well, I'd be very careful, Edward.
Well, you must promise to drive very slowly down the hill to town.
Oh, I will, Edward.
All right, then, Florence. Here's the key to the car. The old car, of course. Now, be very careful.
Oh, I will. I promise I will.
May I stay and listen until Florence comes back?
Well, I suppose so, seeing you're here already.
You don't like us to be around, do you? Sometimes I think you don't like us at all anymore.
Oh, that's nonsense. It's just that I'm trying to get a great piece of music written, and you keep disturbing me.
Oh, there goes Florence in the car now. She's going fast. Florence likes to go fast. And then step on the brakes.
She promised to be careful.
I know, but she forgets.
Well, I'm sure she'll be all right. Now I must get to work. Well, I'm perfectly comfortable, Martha. I don't need a jacket.
You mustn't take chances. Here, put it on.
Oh, all right.
Emily, where's Florence? Is she up there?
Oh, no. She's gone to get Edward some cigarettes.
Gone out? In this rain?
Edward let her take the car.
Edward, you didn't.
Martha, please don't get excited. She can drive, and she promised to be careful.
But you promised never to let her drive alone. You know how she drives unless someone's with her.
Really, she's a better driver than you think. There's nothing to be alarmed about. She'll be back any minute, and then...
I'll answer it.
No, it's probably for me. I'll answer it. Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Farrington. The police?
Edward, what is it?
Hush, Martha. What about my sister? She did what? All right. Yes, of course. I'll be right down.
Edward, what is it? What's happened to Florence?
Martha, we must all be very calm. Florence has had a terrible accident.
No.
The brakes of the car apparently gave way at the bottom of the hill. Florence ran off the curb and crashed into the rocks there. She was killed instantly.
The official investigation into poor Florence's death established only the fact that the brakes had failed. But the brakes had only been checked the day before, as Edward proved to the police. Accordingly, they ascribed death to an unfortunate mechanical failure and closed the case. Edward, however, could not dismiss it from his mind so easily.
Edward, you can't go on like this day after day, brooding about poor Florence's death.
Oh, my dear, I blame myself for it if I hadn't let her take the car.
I know, Edward. Why don't you try to work on your symphony? It'll help take your mind off Florence.
No, I can't possibly do any work on that yet for a while. No, but I have another notion. I think I'd like to write our family history.
Our family history?
Yes, and it seems to me that once in Mother's old trunk in the attic, I saw a lot of letters that were written to her by relatives. Are they still there?
Why, yes, they are.
I'd like to look them over. They might help me get started on my history. Will you show me where they are, Martha?
Why, yes, of course. We'll go up to the attic, and I'll get them out for you right after lunch. letters, Edward. Mother wrote a lot of letters those last few years. After the doctor said she must never leave the house.
Yes, I remember. How quiet and dark it is up here in the attic. We used to play hide-and-go-seek here, the four of us.
Yes. Until Mother died.
I've often wondered about that. She fell from one of these attic windows, I remember. She was leaning out, looking at the river, and she slipped.
Yes. It was that window there. The one looking down into the courtyard.
I'd like to look at it. Oh, the catch is stuck. Will you help me open it, Martha?
Well, all right.
There. It's almost 50 feet down to the courtyard. She was killed instantly, wasn't she?
Yes. But let's close it now.
In a moment. Martha, did Mother really slip and fall, or did she throw herself out?
What makes you ask that?
I was only 8 at the time, but it seems to me Mother was wandering badly in her mind there at the end. And then I recollect hearing Father say something about an asylum to Uncle George.
Edward, you mustn't say that ever again. It would terrify Emily.
But it's true, isn't it?
Yes, it's true. Poor Mother.
It's strange you calling her Mother because she wasn't really your mother.
No, but I always think of her as Mother. I was only 2 when Father married her.
Poor creature. Let's believe that she slipped. It would be easy to slip from this window, wouldn't it?
Well, the sill isn't very low.
Yes, but lean out a little farther and see how easy it would be. No, a little farther. You see how overbalanced one becomes?
Yes, you're right. Now, help me back, Edward.
Of course. Martha, catch yourself. Martha!
Poor Martha's tragic death, coming so soon after Florence's, was a great shock to Emily and Edward. But Edward recovered from the tragedy somehow after a few weeks, and as though determined not to let it upset him, spent many hours a day at his beloved piano, working on his projected masterpiece.
Oh, Edward, that was wonderful. You played just like you used to, before Florence and Martha died.
Yes, I'm getting my old touch back.
You don't mind my coming in to listen, do you?
Not today, but Emily, you have been disturbing me these last few weeks. Must you follow me around all the time?
But, Edward, you know how much I like to be near you. And now that Florence and Martha are gone, I haven't anyone else to talk to.
Yes, I know that, but I can't get any work done unless I'm left in peace.
I won't bother you anymore, I promise. You know, I do miss Florence and Martha.
Of course you do.
But just the same, it's been awfully nice having you all to myself since they went.
I'm afraid it's very lonely for you.
Oh, no, it isn't. I like it.
Yes, but I think we'll have to get a housekeeper. She'd be company for you, and she'd look after things. In fact, I'm going into town to interview a housekeeper today, a Mrs. McDonald. You'd like to go with me, wouldn't you?
Oh, yes, Edward.
We'll take the car and have a nice drive at the same time.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Now, how would you like to go out and get the car started for me?
Get the car started?
Yes, I have to tend to a few things before we go, and the motor needs to warm up. It's not working very well.
Oh, Edward, do you think I could start it?
Of course you could. Just turn on the switch and step on the starter, and then let it run until it's good and warm.
All right, Edward. May I have the key?
Yes. Here you are. Now, this is the ignition key.
Mm-hmm.
And use the little side door to get in. I'll unlock the big doors when I come out.
I can pretend I'm driving it. Will you be long?
No, just sit in the car and wait until I come.
All right, Edward.
Here I am, Emily. I took longer than I expected. I hope you hadn't been sitting here with the motor running all this time. Emily! Emily!
Emily's unfortunate death from carbon monoxide poisoning, Edward Farrington was left quite alone in the great old house. His neighbors saw little of him, though they could hear him at his piano for many hours each day. They knew, however, that a week after Emily's funeral, he hired a housekeeper, Mrs. McDonald, to take charge of the house for him.
Now, Mrs. McDonald, this is your first day, and before you start, I'd like to explain a few things to you.
Of course, Mr. Farrington.
As you know, I've suffered the tragic loss of all my sisters in the past few months.
Oh, yes, sir. A great sorrow it must have been. But they do say tragedies come in threes.
Indeed, they seem to. But I'm sure I'll be quite comfortable now with you to look after me.
I surely hope so, sir.
I'm certain of it. Now, I'm a rather moody man, and I'm working upon some music for which I have great hopes.
Yes, sir.
Above all else, I wish to be left alone. I do not want to be disturbed. Is that understood?
Quite, Mr. Farrington.
You may call me at mealtimes. At all other times, I prefer that you do not even enter this part of the house.
I understand.
Good. That's all, I think. Just put up with my little oddities, and we'll get along very well.
Yes, sir. Then I'll see about the ordering for dinner now, sir, if you'll excuse me.
Now, let me see. The second movement needs touching up, so perhaps I'd better... What is it, Mrs. McDonald? I thought I said I was never to be disturbed.
I'm very sorry, sir, but there's a gentleman come to see you. It's Detective Barnes, sir, from the police.
From the police? Am I to be bothered with more stupid questions? Well, show him in. I suppose I must see him.
Yes, sir. Will you go in, sir?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Farrington. You remember me, I think.
Yes, Mr. Barnes, I remember you. In view of the number of ridiculous and unnecessary questions you asked me after the deaths of my poor sisters, I have good reason to remember you.
I've come to ask you more questions, Mr. Farrington. Tell me, did your sister Emily have a driver's license?
I really don't know, and I don't care.
You should care. Listen to me. First, your sister Florence died in an auto accident when brakes that had just been inspected failed to work.
Even modern automobiles aren't proof against mechanical failure.
Then Martha died in a fall from an attic window. Her body landed in the courtyard a full 6 feet from the wall of the house.
Well, what of that?
It was much too far away for her to strike. Unless she leaped or was pushed. And you have said she didn't leap.
I repeated she did not leap. She fell.
Perhaps. Now we come to Emily. She died of carbon monoxide poisoning in a closed garage.
Well?
You have said it happened because she went to get the car out to drive you downtown. That was your statement under oath.
And a perfectly accurate statement.
But I have just learned from the neighbors that Emily didn't know how to drive a car.
Well, of course she could.
Furthermore, they say her mental condition was such she could never learn to drive.
Well, perfectly absurd.
Did she have a driver's license?
I repeat, I do not know.
Because if she didn't, your statement is false. And if any part of your statement proves false, Mr. Farrington, I trust I make my meaning clear.
Mr. Barnes, you can't show one jot of evidence to back up your ridiculous suspicions. Any court in the land would laugh at you for them.
I can show no direct evidence. But there is such a thing as circumstantial evidence.
You haven't even any circumstantial evidence.
I have a world of it. The brakes on your car failed, and you are an amateur mechanic.
Well?
Martha's body falling so far from the building that she must have been pushed.
Mere conjecture.
Finally, Emily dying in a car she couldn't drive. Though you have said she was going to drive you downtown.
And she was. You've done nothing but build a tissue of fantastic suspicions.
A jury will take them more seriously, especially when they learn that just before the first death, you bought 3 tombstones, one for each of your sisters. That shows what you were planning.
It shows nothing. It was a sale. I was merely being foresighted.
Then, Mr. Farrington, why didn't you buy 4 stones? One for each of you.
I refuse to discuss the point. There was no reason for me to kill my sisters.
No normal reason, perhaps. Though now that you are alone, you are living very comfortably on the income from your father's estate.
Indeed.
Furthermore, Mr. Farrington, I have checked on your family history. I know the truth about your unfortunate mother.
Well?
The fact concerning her might cause the jury to look differently upon you. It might influence the jury to bring in a verdict of murder while of unsound mind.
Get out. Get out of this house, do you hear? You can prove nothing. Nothing whatsoever.
All right, Mr. Farrington. I'm going. but I'll be back.
No, wait. I'm ill. Help me,
Here, sit here. That's it.
It's my heart. There's medicine in my desk drawer. There. A small bottle.
In the desk here?
Yes.
Here's the blue bottle. Is this it?
Yes. Hurry. There's water in the thermos jug.
Yes, I have it. Here's the water and the pill. Swallow it.
Yes. Thank you. That's better. The pain is going away.
Then, Mr. Farrington, I'll be on my way. I warn you, I'm going to check as to whether Emily had a driver's license. Today is Sunday, so it may take me a few hours. But if I find she had no license, I'm going to return with a warrant for your arrest.
No. There's no need for that. Of course the poor simpleton had no driver's license. I should have thought of that. I should have thought of that.
Then you admit you killed her?
Certainly I did. Why shouldn't I? She annoyed me. Me, a genius.
I'm afraid a jury won't care whether you're a genius or not, Mr. Farrington.
Do you suppose I care what a jury thinks? A genius is not answerable to the laws that bind other people.
The law does not agree with you.
The law? What do I care for the law? You think you've trapped me, don't you? But you haven't. You hear? You haven't.
I think I have, Mr. Farrington.
You fool. No one is going to put Edward Farrington in an asylum. No one. In a minute, I'll be beyond your reach.
What do you mean?
I mean that tablet you so obligingly got for me is a deadly poison. Poison that I bought months ago. You and your circumstantial evidence. You're never going to get a chance to use it. Never get a chance to blacken my name. But Detective Barnes.
Yes? What is it?
Promise me one thing. Promise me you won't let them bury me with my sisters.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little visit with Edward Farrington and his 3 loving sisters? You know, perhaps Edward made a mistake after all when he didn't buy a 4th tombstone. By the way, do you live in a gloomy old house with 3 sisters who love you so much you can't bear to have them near you? Well, if you do, I'd advise you not to be too drastic with them. You might find yourself buried right beside them, as Edward was. I know another man who... Oh, you're getting off here. Well, I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. But before we tell you of next week's exciting story, here is Maurice Tarpaulin, the mysterious traveler himself, with a brief but vital message from your government.
You all know that the stories we tell on this program are just stories, designed to entertain you, but not to be taken too seriously. Well, what I have to say now, however, is not a story, and is deadly serious. All over the world, people are starving. The United States and other food-producing nations are fighting a battle against famine. To win, food stocks must be conserved. You can help conserve them by canning and preserving food for your own use. If you have a victory garden, put up as much as possible from it. When your local markets feature an abundance of fruits or vegetables suitable for home preservation, can or preserve a winter's supply and release that much commercially canned food for the starving. Conserve your sugar for canning purposes. Follow the wartime rule of 1 pound of sugar to 4 quarts of finished fruit. And be sure to use only safe, tested methods. If you want information on any phase of home food preservation, write to the United States Department of Agriculture, Washington 25, D.C.
Thank you, Maurice Tarpaulin. In addition to Maurice Tarpaulin, today's cast included Eric Dressler, Hester Sondergaard, Ann Tiemann, Inga Adams, and Martin Wilson.
Original music was played by Doc Whipple. The Mysterious Traveler is written and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week over most of these mutual stations to a tale titled
As I Lie Dying.
Another tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by the Mutual Network from our New York studios. Russ Dunbar speaking. Stay tuned to this station for another exciting crime drama, True Detective Mysteries, which immediately follows station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You'll be glad this winter you bought a Coleman heater this fall. Yes, as you sit back in your easy chair, snug and comfortable, you'll be glad you bought a Coleman heater. You'll enjoy floor-to-ceiling warmth in those rooms you could never heat before.
Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. Here's what you get.
First bonus, a new low price.
Yes, now you can get a dependable Coleman automatic heater at a new low price.
Second bonus, a new low operating cost.
Coleman saves you up to 25% on heating bills because Coleman gives you maximum heat from your fuel.
Third bonus, a 32-piece set of Libby's Safe Edge glassware worth $14. It's free with your new Coleman heater.
Get 3 big bonuses. Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. This sale is for a limited time only.
So see your Coleman dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name and address in your telephone directory.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.